coexistence between the human and the nature that lies at the heart of our work on Snakebite and wildlife. So can you join me in welcoming them on the stage? So in foremost, I would like to call Dr. Gupta, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Wellcome Foundation for Research and Innovation, which is a first incubator of innovation development. So we're very proud of carrying the word and knowledge and translating it into action that makes it most fitting to welcome him as the torch bearer of today's proceedings. I'm joined by Dr. Kranti Kiran Reddy MSA, who is the head of Innovators and who is a director of research at Mallareddy Vishwavidyalaya to the Dallas. So Dr. Kranti has come driving the force behind this Innovators Research Initiative. It is under his leadership that this roadshow has been overseen and organized. Now, I would like to invite our assistant sir, Dr. Harihara Prakash sir, and sir plays a vital role in enabling the smooth functioning of our institution, and we are grateful for your presence and support today. With immense pleasure, I would like to invite Professor Anil Kaur, who is the Vice Chancellor of Mallareddy Vishwavidyalaya, to join us on the dais. Sir has been at the forefront of steering the university's academic and research ambition, and his continued support has been instrumental in building initiatives like today's roadshow to life. Let me take a moment to invite our Honorable Chancellor Madam, Dr. Subramanian, to the dais. So Madam's wisdom and guidance continue to shape academic and research direction of our institution, and it is a matter of a great honor to have you with us today. I would like to invite Ms. Barbara Mendoza from the Challenge Work to the dais. Ms. Mendoza represents the Challenge Works, the organization driving the Snakebite Prize initiative in partnership with the Wellcome Trust and MRFIM, and her presence reflects the global collaborative spirit behind this effort. I would like to invite Dr. Karthikeyan Vasudevan sir, who is a scientist at CCMB, to the dais. Dr. Vasudevan is a distinguished researcher whose work on snowball and herpetology has made significant contributions to our understanding of the snakebite. To join us in the dais, ma'am. So my work has supported numerous biotechnology and healthcare innovations, and her insights into translating research into real-world impact are invaluable to today's discussion. Now, with respect, I invite Dr. Salesh Rana sir, who is a program director and scientist at AIMS. So Dr. Rana's contribution to the clinical research and program development at AIMS have been significant in shaping the evidence-based approaches to the snakebite management. Mr. Avinash Vishwanathan, who is a General Secretary in Friends of Snake Society. So Mr. Vishwanathan has spent years working at the grassroots level on snake conservation and community awareness, bringing a unique on-ground perspective to the show. I would like to invite Dr. N. Madhusudan Rao, who is the CEO of OIC-CCMB. Sir? Sir is not there? Okay. So we will join you shortly. So I would like to invite Dr. Nabila Rabi. Nabila Rabi, sir. Okay. From Amrits MRV to the dais, Dr. Rabi brings valuable clinical expertise and has worked extensively on understanding the ongoing realities of the snakebite management in the region. I would like to invite Mrs. Sai Lakshmi, who is the awareness coordinator at the Friends of Snake Society to the dais. So we begin with the ceremony. So we'll start with the lighting of lamp. So I request all the dignitaries to please come over and let's commence the program with lighting of lamp. To work together towards a future plan for the building of Snakebite. Now I request all the dignitaries, please sit on the dais. Proceedings, a few words on what this term means of MyStartup and Malaria. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Frank Kiran sir, who heads this MyStartup and serves as the DOI of MyStartup. With a focus on local government,
stakeholders into this ecosystem. So Malayalam is integrated based on having all the disciplines, having a typical multidisciplinary institution having medical, dental, pharmacy, engineering, and nursing. So with this new university this year, recently transitioned to being under the distant category. So we started various schools of finance and School of Public Health and Medicine Technology, Digital Health and Medicine Technology, so on and so forth, integrating technology into healthcare. So one more also incubated that is Malayalam Foundation for Research and Innovations. So I am so proud today to announce that this is the first prize by the Wellcome Plus Challenge Works, which has been given to us, and it is a proud moment for the university as well as to the incubator to run this initiative, and it was supported by the testimonies given by our scientists, clinicians and collaborators that how much this kind of a grant is being given to a university which was just started. So this is the press that will be restored on us. Thank you so much, ma'am. Quick brief about the SnakeHack event which is onboarded today. I think this particular event is through Challenge Works by Wellcome Plus UK, and there will be about 15 startups which will be selected across the world. I think through India, I think Malayalam is onboarded in the onboarded incubator, and I welcome all the startups, solutions, PhD scholars. I think we have all the ecosystems here in Hyderabad, including the various institutes of national importance like CCMA, Hyderabad, Hyderabad, and then you have seen various, I can see a lot of common faces in the audience. I think this is such a perfect panel. So let us have meaningful engagements, discussions, and let us use this opportunity to build some meaningful partnerships and have a wonderful professional development. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for opening remarks. Now, I would like to invite Register sir to say for a few words.
Very good morning to all of you, respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. It's a very heartening moment to be here. Snake, the word itself is a lot of joke. I think because I used to know when I say the word snake. But country like India, we worship snake as God, we offer meat and everything. But it doesn't mean that we have to survive with that way, that when those are the use lives. In a country like India, which is highly having rural population, only extremely it is there we see this snake bite, which is very common. As rightly told by Rosita, people not die in the hospital, they die on the way, the gap between the bite and they reach the hospital. So this initiative by Wellcome Trust, our challenge work group, is something the need of the hour, and I'm sure the researchers, innovators, collaborators, and it is open for all. This prize money is for all those who have innovative ideas, which can not only bring community awareness, it is about prevention, it is about disease management, and even accessibility to the end-to-end that one has to have. So this program is going to open up a lot of ideas, a lot of innovation, and Melody Peter and MyStartup takes pride in hosting this, and it is the first, as told by Dr. Prati, first in our country where MRV is hosting this. We take pride in that, and we welcome through the Wellcome Plus and MRV and MRFI, all the innovators to be part of this wonderful event, and we look forward to have a lot of ideas. Thank you so much, and I welcome each one of you for this forum. Thank you.
I would request Professor Dr. Anil Kumar sir, who is a Vice Chancellor of MIB, to address the crowd.
Thank you, Rosita. I think it goes without saying that this is one of the most important events as a public health professional. I think we should focus also on prevention. I think one thing which goes beyond science is that I think coming up with great solutions is great for treatment, but also creating awareness. I think that is important also. I think this challenge which has been brought to India, I think we should come up with innovations in such a way that does not disrupt the ecosystem. I think we should also keep that in mind. Just like killing snakes, I think that's a real part I was talking about. I was talking this morning, I think we should not create a disbalance because there is something called nature also. I think we have to create awareness and I think come up with solutions. I
Recently, last week, a report came out from ICM saying the number of state boards in India has increased, but the death rate has dropped. So something is working. I think we should also focus on what is working, what is not working. I think that is also important. I think we should keep. And also, I think I talked about equality also, but we need to work and involve the public sector. I think the national programs, whether it is ICM or whether it is NCBC, they also have their own initiative, but I think if we work together with them, we will do a lot of common good, I think, for the common people. And as it was mentioned by the minister, so is that this impacts the agriculture communities and rural communities more. I think we need to go out into the communities. I think that's what is important. And I'm hoping that something very important and tangible will come out of this meeting. And thanks, Barbara, for making a long trip. And look forward to working with you on other projects also. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for suggesting coming to this community focus initiatives. Thank you, sir. Now, let us now welcome Dr. Subramanian, the Chancellor of MIT, to share her ideas and vision for this initiative. Respected dignitaries and leaders, and all the guests who have come from different parts of the state and the country to participate in this event. First of all, let me congratulate the Director of Research, Dr. Kranti and Dr. Gaurav and Dr. Chitranjan sir, who is the host for this activity, for making such beautiful arrangements. I would like to tell you all that I am a physician and the general medicine. When I was working as an assistant professor in Bombay Medical College, July, August were the time, and every day we used to say it is one active snake bites. So we were all thinking that it happens only in rural areas. No, even in cities, snake bites do happen. And as already told by everyone, it is not just a lack of medicine which is even the lack of medicine takes place, because we keep all these drugs in PHCs, primary health centers and all, the rate of expiry is so much that we want to give the medicine to the patient, but the rate is lost already. So just I heard from one of the members who came, they are trying to produce not a nucleotide in the primary nucleotide to probably all these problems will be solved. Not only that, when we have an anti-snake venom, because it is prepared from an animal, there are many chances of people becoming allergic to that. And I have seen it with my own eyes, only one who could not be resuscitated from the snake bite because she developed the intradermal dose of anti-snake venom and anaphylactic reaction. We tried our level best to inspire giving all players cortisol, but as such, by the time she was brought to the hospital, there were so many things. So actually, I would like to tell you all, especially the innovators, I'm very happy that the prize is declared not just to doctors, but to anyone. I would just like to quote one example. During COVID time, people were trying to get their startups. For example, I
Forward, backward.
And this is the pointer.
Pointer.
This is the pointer. Hold.
This way.
Okay, good morning to all. It's a great venue and a wonderful forum to discuss this problem of snake bites, and I thank the Malaradi group of institutions for hosting this event, and Wellcome for providing this opportunity and also opening this wonderful grant idea. So I just want to discuss about the snake bites, and it is, I mean, if you want to call out the problem, I would call it as a tragedy of the uncommons. We all know what is tragedy of commons, right? And the human society has been working to solve problems of tragedy of the commons. It was in 1986 when Garrett Hardin wrote a very nice essay in the journal Science, saying what is tragedy of commons, that we destroy whatever is common to us, like environment, forests, and we deplete those resources to an extent that we cannot survive, or we are surviving at an edge. We spoil our fresh waters, we overexploit the oceans. But there is also a group of problems which we call as uncommons, and the tragedy of uncommons, I would like you to take a few seconds and read the sentence that I have put there, which is the definition of the tragedy of the uncommons. It arises when one or a few actors neglects to appreciate a looming threat or a risk which can cause extensive damage, right? And this is exactly what snakebite is. It is not about having solutions, it is about actually recognizing the problem. So clearly the elephant in the room is snake bites, right? We all know that this is a big problem, right? And we do see that this problem needs solutions. But how do we go about finding solutions? We typically take this, role that one of our Panchatantra story tells us, that we approach the elephant and touch it in different parts in a blinded way, and then we make different conclusions. We say that the trunk is a tube or a snake, and the flank is some wall, and the tail is a brush, but we don't see this elephant in the room. Okay, it is right staring at us, but we don't recognize it as a problem. And this is exactly what the tragedy of uncommons unfold. And we have realized that this problem requires a very different approach than looking at the specifics, looking at the whole. And this is exactly what we attempted to do, though we have been focusing on venomics, understanding the venom, and Wellcome itself has put in a lot of resources to develop ways to address the challenge of the polyvalent antivenom, improving the quality of it. We have focused and moved on to address the larger picture of snake bites. And just to introduce to the audience what the problem is, we have 4 major species which causes the maximum number of bites. Probably 80% of all the snake bites are caused by the species, these 4 species. And it is estimated that about 1.2 million people annually get bitten by snake bites in the country. And remember, when the snake bites, there is every chance that the snake also dies, because people are persecutive and they chase the animal and they kill it. And sometimes even before it bites, they kill the snake. They want to eliminate it before it becomes any possible threat. So there is asymmetric threat. Okay, we perceive the threat as something that affects humans, but I also see the threat as something that affects snakes. And as rightly pointed out by the Vice Chancellor, This is not something that we can solve by killing snakes mindlessly. We have to find a solution wherein, being the people bestowed with some wisdom and capability to think and mobilize resources, we should come up with a better solution. And that is exactly why we are assembled here. And currently we have a polyvalent antivenom, and there is a lot of focus on that because people say that it is not as effective as it should be, but nevertheless it's a life-saving drug, right? It's passed the clinical test. It's more than 100 years since it has been used. People do recover from the bites caused by snakes after taking the polyvalent antivenom serum treatment. And India is the biggest consumer of the polyvalent antivenom serum. We require about 2.5 lakh vials of antivenom every year. We also produce the antivenom for Africa. India is the biggest producer of polyvalent antivenom, and there is no better place than Hyderabad because we have 4 big antivenom manufacturers here, and this is a setting which also is relevant in this meeting. And I think the aspect of neglected tropical disease is already highlighted. It is because it is the tragedy of the uncommons. So when we talk of the venom, many people think that the snakes have a reason to bite, or are very vile creatures which bite and cause damage to humans. It's not the case. The venom is an arsenal, a weapon in the snake to neutralize its prey. It has no intention of chasing people and killing people, but the venom is potent enough to kill even an elephant, right? As big as an elephant, if it bites an elephant. So the venom is highly potent combination of many peptides which can cause death immediately. I would just urge all of you who are not familiar with the snake to just imagine if I tie your legs and hands and ask you to eat. You would find ways to do that with your mouth and acquire food in ways that will make sure that you survive. And that's exactly what the snake is doing. Okay? So we can't make a different situation in front of us. This is an animal which has this weapon, which will use it every time if there is a situation where it has to escape or utilize the prey. And just like the venom itself, the venom delivery apparatus, which is what is shown here on the right side, is a very sophisticated weapon. It's a sophisticated device. It's like an hypodermic syringe. Many people in the medical fraternity will recognize this. It's so precise, so beautifully made to inject the venom to the deepest parts of the body so that it travels into the body and then kills the prey item. So the pathophysiology of venoms are very diverse, and that depends on what species. There are 2 of these venomous species which are having neurotoxic venom, the elapids particularly, and they cause paralysis, and people die even without making a complaint, right? We have heard of such situations, people getting bitten in the night and they don't even wake up and they are dead. So there are hemotoxic venoms which are produced by the vipers, and you have various complications arising out of the hemotoxic venom, which includes procoagulation or necrosis of the tissues and thereby leading to amputations. So if you look at cobras, I have not included the king cobra, which is today having 2 species in the country. We have 4 species of cobras, and all the antivenom is manufactured with just the Indian spectacle cobra, which is the most widely distributed species. And you can imagine that the same polyvalent antivenom is used for treating every other patient who is bitten by any of those 4 species. And with crates, it's even more complicated. we have more than a few species of crates, and we have the Northeast as the hotspot of crate diversity, and we do not have a specific antivenom for the Northeast, but many people succumb to crate bites which are not specific to this species, which is Bungarus caeruleus, which is the most widespread crate species from which the antivenom is produced. So the situation with crates presents us with a very different problem. And among vipers, India has both pit vipers and true vipers. We have pit vipers which are found mostly in the Northeast, in the Himalayas, and in the Western Ghats. And they have a loreal pit which is absent in the true vipers, and true vipers are distributed in the drier parts of the country. We have 3 species, and the majority of the bites from the true vipers come from Daboya russellii. So I just picked up a news item which came like few days ago, primarily because this is very apt to discuss. A snake slithers into a hostel and bites 4 sleeping girls, and 1 dies. This is from Jharkhand, Jarshaguda, someplace in Jharkhand, where this has happened. Very sad incident. Can you, if you just recreate the scene in a hostel where all the children are in a room, and if the room is at the ground level, and if all the children are sleeping on the ground, and the snake enters the room, being a nocturnal snake like the crate, which is more likely the crate in this case, it has moved in, and there are people lying on the floor with a mat or something like that, and the warmest item in the room must be the bodies of these children, where the snake has gone very close to, and when they moved, because they felt something chill on their body, they were bitten. And a snake like crate doesn't have to open its mouth to bite. It has rear fangs, and it can deliver a bite by just jabbing the head on the victim. Okay, so it has just gone. I mean, people might think it's some kind of a serial killer movie, but it is sad. I mean, the animal has just tried to avoid getting crushed by the heavy bodies of these children when they were sleeping, and as it has gone through the space trying to escape from this, a huge number of people, it has inadvertently or advertently bitten 4 girls, out of which 1 girl died. Now it's a serious loss for the family, for the community, but we have to introspect. Why do we have rooms that have doors with gaps from the ground? Why are children sleeping on the ground? Why should they be given spaces to sleep on the ground, right? Actually this incident is totally preventable. We don't have to read this in the news and feel bad. It could have been easily stopped, okay? Now, the statistic says about 58,000 is the burden. It could be more, 65,000. And India is the capital of snakebite deaths. Capital means it is the biggest, it holds the biggest global burden of snakebite deaths as a country. So the onus of addressing the problem is real, and we need to look at it seriously. So the same data which said that there are 58,000 bites presented this information that the number of deaths varies from state to state. Ultimately, in the public health management system, the states and the districts become the responsible units where the deaths are documented and where even treatment is accessed by the people. And as all of you know, snake treatment is done by the polyvalent antivenom, and the polyvalent antivenom is provided free of cost at the district hospitals. There is no charge made to the victim when they reach the hospital and access the treatment. So the government is proactive in trying to make people access the treatment and also get the treatment when they reach the hospital. So these are some of the statistics which have recently emerged, and if you see the national survey which was done in 2020 revealed that 4.5 people per 100,000 are dying because of snake bites, but more recently a smaller section of the country was surveyed by Menon et al., and they have brought down the number to 0.33, right? So suddenly it comes down by around 10 to 12 times from the figure that was there in 2020. So while we initially agreed that this is the elephant in the room, this is the same problem that we are having. How are we reading the problem? We seem to be reading it in different ways by different approaches, and in this presentation I am going to present one case study of the work we did in a district not far from here, Jagatyal, which is a new district which was carved out of the earlier Karimnagar, and we present a decadal data of snakebite deaths. So one of the reasons we feel, which I will mention later, could be the way we have sampled these incidences in the population. So this is the location of the district in Telangana, and we used a snowball sampling, non-probabilistic sampling approach to quantify morbidity and mortality. Now when people, yeah, sure. So I will not emphasize more on the sampling protocol. We essentially went to the district and informed them that we are coming there and documenting the deaths and morbidities. And for the first time, I think morbidities have been looked at carefully, which we had no statistic of the number of victims that end up with loss of limb or loss of livelihood. And we first approached an important person in the village, particularly the panchayat leaders, and then directed the survey using them. And when we did the survey, we finally focused on the number of victims, which is about 500 of them in 278 villages. And we find that many people who accessed treatment actually recovered. They completely recovered if they reached the hospital and accessed the treatment. However, several of them were morbid. So some of these statistics don't match with what is agreed upon at the national level. This could be an extreme value, but nevertheless, it is something very important to recognize that these statistics need to be revealed for the entire country. And as we all know that the victims were all agricultural laborers. They were working in the field or they visited the field when they got bitten. And one of the important data sets that we could assemble here is that the number of cases reported varied, which essentially meant that the district hospitals even recorded cases which come from away from the district, maybe from a very far off place. They drove there thinking that they might get treatment, and that's why this difference exists on the left side. While on the right, the field level surveys revealed a greater amount of mortality than what was recorded from the district. So we also arrive at the mortality and morbidity rate. A very significant amount of morbidity is experienced due to snake bites in the district. Now there are compensation schemes, but they are not consistent across the country. For example, in Telangana there is no compensation, but the treatment is free. They are highly inconsistent with the way the cases are documented and how the compensation is finally received. and there are no estimates of the economic burden. And therefore, we started to estimate the economic burden of both mortality and morbidity. And this is just a statistic of how to arrive at it. Finally, we find the cost of economic opportunity lost and the mortality lost by looking at the years of life lost. Years of life lost by death, and also years of life lost due to disability. And if you look at the age group and the sex which bears the maximum mortality, obviously the males bear a huge amount of mortality. But here I just wanted to focus on the younger age group. Now we had a very big spike there, and this is essentially because both members of the family go to work. And the children were in the house, they were alone or they were not properly taken care of. They were going and probing in different places and they got bitten. So there is if you reduce the burden or have even a creche-like system in the villages where working people can leave their children in a safe environment, this kind of deaths can be avoided. And you also arrive finally at the total morbidity cost and the mortality cost. The economic burden is very sizable. It is a huge number, which I have just indicated on the slide, which needs to be recognized as a major burden that can impair or cause huge hurdle for a rural community. And we have recorded instances where entire families have gone into poverty because they accessed treatment in a very expensive manner. And that or a person is disabled for life, and that person happens to be the earning member of the family. So what are the solutions that can come out of these evidences? First of all, the enumeration, the statistics of death and morbidity needs to be properly assessed. There has to be standardized protocols, and we feel that a bottom-up method of calculating or enumerating the burden would be better. And there should be compensation schemes for victims to access. Cut the delay in reaching to the hospital, which can happen through various methods of sharing information with people who can provide the right advice and also reach the hospital in time. And engagement at the ground level by enhancing the awareness to reach the hospital and not spend time with faith healing or any other method of treatment can also lead to better outcomes. So I thank CSIR CCMB who supported this work, and a very dedicated group of students who have been working on snake bites and venoms in my lab. Particularly those from the field who have gone and done this survey have faced a lot of hardships, and I recognize their contribution and thank them for their support. Thank you. Okay. Are there questions you want to? Yeah, if you have any questions, I'm free to answer them.
Yeah, please. I'm going to give mic to the person.
Which one?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the all the insights. So we just have one question. We are also from rural background, and accessibility for sure is the major concern. So you mentioned that the antivenoms are majorly available at district hospitals. Why is that the case? Because in states like Telangana we have rural ecosystem of rural medical practitioners who themselves can. That will even reason these are kept only at district hospitals.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Primarily, this snakebite treatment requires tertiary care. Okay, so you might require a heart-lung machine or intubation because there is an aspect of neuroparalysis, and you cannot treat it at the primary health center or in the field. But having said that, there is a step before the treatment starts, which is giving a small test dose to see the allergic reaction of the victim to the horse serum, because the antibodies are derived from the horses, and sometimes people are allergic to the serum which is based in the antivenom. So that can be done. A preliminary dose can be given, monitored, and that note can go along with the patient to the district hospital. But we cannot have treatment outside a tertiary care center. That is the reason why reaching the district hospital becomes important.
Usually how long patients have?
I'm sorry to interrupt, we are running out of time. We have a panel discussion so that you can have all the questions answered. It is right after one session, so please bear with us. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karthikeyan, for your insightful and comprehensive presentation and your detailed explanation of the diverse snake species and their ecological significance, and the magnitude of the snakebite crisis has provided us with a deeper understanding of this important public health and environmental issues. So a big round of applause to sir. So may I now request Dr. Anil Kaul sir and Dr. Harihara Prakash sir to felicitate Dr. Karthikeyan as a token of our sincere appreciation and gratitude for sharing his valuable knowledge and expertise with us. So this next session is really the heart of today's program. A full introduction to the Wellcome Snakebite Innovation Prize itself. Challenge Works, a part of Nesta, is the organization designing and delivering the prize on behalf of Wellcome. And today we are joined by one member. She's Miss Barbara Mendoza. Barbara Mendoza will be representing her team. So let me have a short introduction about her. So Barbara Mendoza is a program manager at Challenge Works, working within the health team. Her background spans academia, financial and investment analysis, and impact investing across Latin America, including leading up funds for Central American investment opportunity worth US dollar about 1.5 million. She holds an MSc in Development Studies from LSE and a background in economics with a particular interest in poverty, equity, education and health across international developmental controls. She will be taking us through the heart of this prize. It's a 4-year, £6.25 million initiative designed to snakebite as a global health priority and demonstrate the power of innovation, which is tackling its district challenge with the innovations needed across the patient journey, from first aid to transport and logistic to the assessment and diagnosis to emergency care. She will also explain the prize 2 tracks, the launch track for new and repurposed ideas ready to test their solutions, and the growth track for more mature solutions ready to evolve, scale and integrate into the operations. Up to 15 finalists will share £1.5 million in seed funding and bespoke support, 10 launch teams at about £75,000 each, and 5 growth at £1 lakh each. So before up to 4 winners go on to share a further pound 5 million, 2 launch winners at pound 7,50,000 each, and 2 growth winners at pound 1.75 million each. So entire is open on 17th June and close on 17th September 2026. So with a big round of applause, please join me in welcoming Barbara Mendoza.
I think it's fine. Do you have a clipper for the presentation? Yes.
All right, thank you everyone, and a big thanks to the MRV and MRFRI team. Especially thank you to Dr. Gupta, the Vice Chancellor, Madam Chancellor, Dr. Vikas, Dr. Kranti for having us here and for organizing this great session. It's an honor to be presenting a bit about the prize, which is I think why we're all here today, to know how we can participate. Very quickly about challenge work. So we run challenge prizes to solve some of the world's toughest problems and to bring innovation into fields where there are currently not that many innovations or it's currently underfunded. So we're very excited to be working on the Wellcome Snakebite Innovation Prize. I think there's lots of overlaps with what we do and what everyone is here for. So I think as we have seen, and many of you may know, snakebite is not only a medical problem, but it's also an access, logistics, awareness, and diagnostics issue. And it needs holistic solutions, from tech solutions all the way over to community level solutions to really bring about the change that is needed. So the Wellcome Snakebite Innovation Prize was designed to exactly close this gap. As was mentioned before, this is a £6.25 million prize, and it is designed to elevate snakebite as a global health issue, to really raise awareness at a global level, and to be able to demonstrate the power of innovation in tackling the different challenges. So Wellcome is calling for innovations that improve snakebite patient outcomes in high-burden settings by supporting better community responses, improving the quality or expediting the access to appropriate medical care. So as you can see, these solutions fall within the patient's journey, which is what we're calling from the point that someone gets bitten to the point where they're discharged from the hospital. This prize is focused specifically on these 4 areas: first aid, transport and logistics, assessment and diagnostics, and emergency care. It is important to note up front, and we'll go into this in a little while, that it is not focused on antivenom development or other therapeutics. Rather, we expect the bites to happen, and that's why we're designing and looking for solutions that really point towards these other 4 points in the patient journey. So by first aid, we mean immediate, informed, and correct first aid community and health worker responses with improved first aid tools and methods. By transport and logistics, we want solutions that either get bite victims to the appropriate medical care faster or bring that care to them. By assessment and diagnosis, we want to understand the patient's need and the treatment that they need. So this is from identifying whether it was a venomous bite or not, and also to treat the different symptoms that the person is experiencing after the bite. And by emergency care, we need to address the venomous effects on the patient. Some examples include timely pain management and resuscitation, knowledge of the proper antivenom, etc. So as you can see, the solutions can be quite wide-ranging and really point towards different points of the patient's journey. And in terms of the solutions that we're looking for, again, it's a quite wide range. So from medtech solutions, this can be diagnostic tools and emergency care devices for low resource settings. I think it's important to highlight this point because although, as was mentioned before, snake bites also happen within the cities, really the highest burden happens at the rural settings. So we need to make sure that the solutions work for these settings in particular. For the logistical solutions, these are rapid transit and data-driven distribution of antivenom and care. So identifying those hotspots where antivenom needs to get to, but also the logistic sides of how you get a person faster to the healthcare facility where they can receive appropriate care. Technological solutions, we are of course very welcome to apps, telemedicine, any type of identification or support in the decision making of the clinicians. Financial models, so one of the biggest burdens is also in terms of the finance, and that people struggle to make the payments that they need to receive the antivenom. So what can be some new mechanisms to fund the access to the essential snakebite health services? Healthcare access, so how can we leverage existing infrastructures or help strengthen them to deliver sustainable local care? I think one of the important things is that maybe in India the most relevant health level is at the district level, so how can we make sure that solutions are aligned with the district level? And also social, so we need to be able to embed the healthcare education in high-trust, non-medical spaces, whether it's involving people that maybe are already treating victims, seeing how we can involve traditional healers to make sure that they point people towards the right direction in terms of the care that they need. There are some solutions that are out of scope for the price. As I mentioned previously, drug, antivenom, or any type of therapeutics are out of scope. These are critically important, but we want to focus on how we get people to receive those therapeutics when they need it the most. Primary prevention is out of the scope for this price, as well as basic research or data collection, and also long-term recovery, rehabilitation, and mental health. It's important to note that these last 3 points, from primary prevention up towards mental health, can be part of a solution, but they must not be the sole focus of the solution. The solution must focus on the other 4 points of the patient's journey, but if they have one of these components, then that's fine. Now, we have a 2-track system. So we have a single challenge statement, which was what I said before about the types of innovations that we're welcoming, and we have a single set of judging criteria. However, we have created 2 different tracks because we know that there are already people doing some great work in Snakebite and that they need more funding and innovator support to strengthen their solutions, to elevate their impact. But we also know that it's a field that is ripe for new ideas to come in. So with this 2-track system, we want to ensure both ecosystem growth, but also near-term impact. So the World Health Organization's goals of having mortality and morbidity by snakebite by 2030 is a goal that we're aiming for, so we want to ensure that we can achieve it within the next few years. So we have the launch track. The launch track supports new or repurposed ideas to come into the field and test their solutions. We're going to have 10 finalists that will be selected from the launch track. They will receive £75,000 each to develop their solutions. And then out of those 10 finalists, we're going to have 2 winners, and they'll receive £750,000 each. I'll talk a bit more about it in a second, but we'll also be offering a package of innovator support for these teams. Then the growth track, the idea there is to strengthen more mature solutions that either have already been tried and tested, maybe some have already been implemented and are achieving impact. But the idea here is to provide the support that they need to be evolved in order for them to reach scale and to deepen their impact in the communities where they're present. We're going to have 5 growth finalists with £100,000 each during the finalist phase. And then again, out of those 5 finalists, we're going to have 2 growth winners, and they'll receive £1,750,000 each. Now, how do you know which track you need to enter? So the launch eligibility, that's for solutions that their innovation maturity levels is early stage, so 1 or 2. We're not using technology readiness levels in this case because we know that maybe some community level solutions won't align with that TRL levels, so that's why we're using innovation maturity levels instead. So the launch track is open for early stage concepts that are seeking proof of concept, and also early to mature concepts from other fields that need major changes to be applied in the snakebite field for snakebite patients. So you're eligible for the launch track if you have a new idea or early promising data and you want to test it. If you are adapting a mature solution from another field, it doesn't have to be healthcare, it can be from innovation and tech more generally, and you need to make major changes to apply it for snakebite patients. And it can be that you already work in the snakebite field, you already have some existing solutions, but you want to trial a new solution. So the expected progress that we want is that by November 2027, so after the 10-month finalist development period, your solution will achieve innovation maturity level 2, which would require an initial validation of the design of your solution, accompanied by some evidence of how it has been tested in a near real-world environment. Then for the winners that are selected, they're going to have 3 years to further develop their solutions. And then by November 2030, we expect them to reach innovation maturity level 3, which means that they're preparing for implementation, and we would want evidence of how it has been already tested in real-world pilots and the impact that it's already achieving. Here it's very important to say that we don't expect teams to be able to do this fully on their own. We're going to be providing an innovator support package that includes cohort level support that is applicable to many teams. And then we're also providing more bespoke support depending on the innovation maturity level of the solution, where the teams are based, the type or the area of the patient's journey that they're focusing on. So we'll be doing a needs assessment to be able to best support teams throughout the finalist phase. Now, for the growth eligibility, your solution is at innovation maturity level 3 as a minimum, which means that the basic principles of the solution have been tested. You're eligible for the growth track if you have a working solution that you have done maybe some initial pilots but needs to be further tested in the field. You already have a proven model from another field, healthcare or innovation or tech, that needs minor changes to be adapted for Snakebite. Or you have an already existing solution that's driving impact, but you're looking to see how you can expand its reach, how you can add novel components to it to make it more innovative and to really have more impact in the long run. So the expected progress for the growth solutions is that by November 2027, they will reach innovation maturity level 4, meaning that they're preparing for implementation and commercialization with that evidence of the real-world pilots. By November 2030, we expect them to reach innovation maturity level 5, which means that they're already implementing the solution in the field, and they're already assessing its impact and having evaluation and monitoring practices. Same as with the launch track, we're going to have a bespoke support package, and we'll be supporting teams at the innovation maturity level that they're at. So here's a bit more detail around the innovation maturity levels. You can find more information about this on our website. In the next few slides, we'll be talking about the website and the innovator handbook, but here you're going to have a full understanding of what we mean by each level and how we expect that progress to look like. Now, I think a very important question that maybe many of you have is who is eligible for the prize and how will these solutions be judged? So for the eligibility criteria, just to start off by saying that individuals cannot enter the prize. They have to enter as part of an organization. So in terms of the organizations, this is fully open. It can be NGOs, universities, startups of all sizes. If you are maybe new to the field and you're forming a new team, you don't need to enter under a specific organization. You can also enter under a host organization, and they need to sign a letter saying that they're aware of your proposal and that they would be able to receive the funds. This is because we need to be able to contract legally with an organization and transfer the funds in British pounds. Collaboration, I think we really want to see different groups of teams coming together and leveraging different expertise. So we encourage teams to come together. It can be any combination of the above, so two NGOs coming together, two startups, a startup and a university. And then once you have created your consortium, then you can nominate a lead organization and then a lead applicant within that organization. Teams can submit multiple entries, but there is only one lead applicant per entry. And just for conflicts of interest, anyone from the Nesta group, the Wellcome Trust, or the judging panel who was recently announced, they can't join the competition. In terms of geographic scope, solutions must be targeted in high-burden regions. When you go on our prize website, you're going to see a list of all the eligible countries that can participate. If you have any questions, please let us know. And all the entries must be in English. It's important to say that entries won't be judged in terms of the writing quality or the English quality. If you need to use some translation devices, that's perfectly fine. Just that all entries need to be in English, as the rest of the prize will be conducted in English. So the webinars, the snake hacks, but also the support during the finalist development phase. In terms of the assessment and judging process, all proposals will be judged by a group of technical assessors once they pass those eligibility checks. These are going to be assessors from around the world that will be able to comment on the different points of the judging criteria. They will shortlist about 50 of the proposals, which will then go on to the judging panel. The judging panel is made up of a group of international experts that have expertise in snakebite, but also other areas like global health, medtech, innovation, scaling, and they'll be able to judge the different components of the proposals. The judges will take into account a portfolio approach, so the solutions, we don't want them all to come from the same country or to focus on the same area of the patient journey. So they'll be looking at the variety of solutions as they come in to create this portfolio of finalists. Now, for the judging criteria, we have 6 criteria. The first one is impact. We want to make sure that all the solutions that are being proposed can have this measurable improvement in snakebite patient outcomes and have a potential reach and scale in the long run. The second is innovation and contribution. So this prize really wants to drive ecosystem growth, so we want to make sure that solutions advance the field beyond the current practices. The third is implementation and sustainability. So solutions need to have a clear pathway in terms of how they're going to be implemented in their selected area. They need to also talk about the partnerships that they'll need and how they're going to be financially viable in the long run. Understanding of the end user, it's critical that all the proposals are either co-designed or informed by people that are going to benefit from the solutions. This can be the snakebite victims themselves, but also the clinicians, frontline health workers, etc. Team capacity and delivery. So the team needs to have the expertise, the partnerships, and also a realistic plan to successfully deliver the solution. And finally, safety and ethics. So solutions must demonstrate a strong commitment to safe, ethical, and responsible implementation. Now, you'll see that we have different percentages for the launch and the growth track. This is because we expect them to submit different levels of evidence when they are uploading their proposals. So for innovation and contribution, for example, for the launch track, since we really want to drive innovation in the field, that's why this one has a higher percentage for the launch track. Whereas for impact, it's more important for the growth track, given that they have already worked in the field or are already demonstrating the impact of the solutions in other settings. Once you go on our platform, and I'll be talking about this later on, you'll be able to see the level of evidence required, how much information you need to submit for each of these points. So I'll leave it here for now, and I think later we come back to this. Right? Thank you. Do you want to take questions now? If there are any questions about anything that I've said so far, I'm happy to take them now and also to respond more over the break.
Do we have any questions? Yeah, please. Amir, please someone hand over the mic to.
No, so anything that's related to antivenom neutralization, any other types of therapeutics, even novel types of antivenom won't fall within this price.
Okay, thank you.
And there was, I think we had another question at the back.
Hi, Barbara, a nice explanation towards that, getting the things. And I'm Dr. Karan from ThinkHack Laboratories. It's a startup mainly working together with the development of diagnostics, medical diagnostics area, and molecular diagnostics by using the CRISPR and AI. So currently we are developing with the AMR, and we would like to take this initiative as participating in this, identifying certain aspects of the snake venoms and typing that venom and delivering through that more the a faster way of detecting the diagnostic level of maybe in a 10 to 15 minutes of identifying the rapid discovery of that thing. And we would like to integrate, I mean that is our core part, but we'd like to integrate that AI system to report that thing or generate that result. So how can we integrate that team, the AI or any other the field expertise? So can we go along with these, or can we set our own by ourselves? So can you
Yes,
tell me
of
about
course.
that?
No, that's a great question, and I think just to respond that in a few parts. So this is one of the main reasons why we want to have a SnakeHack, just to give you all opportunities to network and to find others that are working on similar solutions or that can complement your expertise. So within those networking breaks that we'll have, there's going to be a dedicated session as well where people can group by interest, and that's going to be one of the things that we encourage you to do during today's whole day session, to find other people. But then there's also other ways where you can connect with that expertise or any other type that you're searching for. I'll talk a bit more about it when we go into the application process section, but within our website we have a matchmaking portal. So you can go online, you register your interest, you talk about what type of solution you're creating, what type of collaboration you want, and the expertise that you want to find. And then other people can look at your profile, and then they can find those ways to connect with you, and you can also email and connect with others. And then also with Dr. Gupta and the rest of the team, they're happy to facilitate those introductions and help with the matchmaking.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I think we have time for one more, and then I'll hand
Yeah,
you.
anyways, we'll be going for panel.
Thanks, Barbara. Thanks a lot for the details, right? So basically, I'm the startup founder called Malverse. So we are into accelerating molecular discoveries for both precision diagnostics and therapeutics. So the question now comes like, what about the survivors? Like they will still have problems, right? Post the survival. So what kind of scope of work do you see from that perspective?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we know that definitely the impact of that bite can be very long-term, and that there's a lot of recovery, rehabilitation, mental health support that is needed. This falls out of the scope for this prize because we're focusing on the upstream activities that can hopefully have impact in the long run. The quicker that a patient can go to the hospital, the more likely it is that one of those ongoing effects can be reduced. So we're focusing on that area of the prize. If there is a component of rehabilitation, mental health, that's part of the solution you're proposing, that's fine, but that shouldn't be the core focus, given that it falls out of the patient journey for the prize. Thank you. All right, hand over.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Barbara. After taking us through such exciting innovation challenges, I think you have challenged all of us to think a little bigger. So now I may request Dr. Gaurav Gupta and Dr. Vikas Sahu and Dr. Anil Kaul sir and Dr. Hari Prakash sir. Again, I am going to please welcome and felicitate our guest of honor. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much.
So we are heading forward with a panel discussion, which is bringing together all startups, mentors, and domain experts in the conversation. And joining us on the panel will be the voices spanning incubation, conservation sciences, clinical medicine, and government biotech funding. So given the depth of expertise on stage, we have allowed an extra time for this session. So please do stay engaged. There will be a dedicated window for audience questions within the panel itself. So I would like to call Dr. Gaurav Gupta, who is the CEO of MyStartup, who will serve as a moderator for this panel discussion. Then please have a seat, sir. Then I would like to call, do we have Madhusudan sir on the panel? Madhusudan sir, team is sir? Yeah, he is. Okay, fine. We'll wait for him otherwise. Okay, I would like to call Dr. Naveen Kumar and his co-founder, Mr. N. Pavan Prasad. I'll call her otherwise. Okay, now I would like to call Dr. Karthikeyan Vasudevan sir. Dr. Avinash Vishwanathan. Dr. Arshi Mehboob, ma'am. So due to professional commitment, Dr. Arshi Mehboob will not be joining this panel, but she will be joining in between. So ma'am, please, it's an open window. You can come and join anywhere, anytime. Yeah. So I would like to call Ms. Ritika. So she is from Corporate Relationship Manager from AIC CCMB. I would like to call Dr. Vikas Sahu, who is the Chief Innovation Officer of MRFRI.
On and off.
I would like to call Dr. Zahurullah sir, who is the Chief Innovation Officer of AIC VHub Alib. And of course, I would like to call Ms. Barbara Mendoza to please come and join this panel discussion. So now we will go for this panel discussion. So over to the moderator, Dr. Gaurav Gupta.
So, thank you, madam. I hope I am audible to one and all. Can you please say yes? It's not loud enough for me to hear. Please be louder. Yes. Thank you. So, I have done some homework and trust me, I have got really good questions to make you understand how you are eligible. But before we go forward, do we have Dr. Naveen here? Dr. Naveen? Dr. Naveen is there? He's not there. And Dr. Ravi is there? Dr. Ravi, please come on dais. Sure. So this panel is consisting of incubation CEOs, clinicians, and startups as well. And we have our funding team also with us to help you understand how exactly you can navigate. So I will make it very crisp and I'll try to ensure that you take home the questions you have in mind when it comes to this solution. So let us understand. I think the problem is well understood. Thanks to Dr. Karthikeyan. But still I want to ask you, doctor, from the Snakebite to hospital bed, where do you think the challenge lies? Because you have studied snakes, you have studied diversities, a lot of things, right? So where do you think the challenge is? Why still we are losing lives, we are getting
disability and things like that. So what's your perspective? Can we have a mic please for sir? Please.
See, at the end where the victim is located, if you visualize the situation there, first of all, the incident might have happened at a very odd time of the day, very early morning, very late night, right? So the first respondent makes a huge difference. If there are people who are unaware of the seriousness of the problem gets disoriented. I mean, there is no clear diagnosis, or next steps are faltering. So I think people who access the right kind of people in the village to get advice and take the next step is the most crucial thing. That people can mislead them, go to the faith healer, then go to some other hospital. The delays keep on happening after that, and that complicates the situation. So whoever is the first respondent of the victim is going to make a huge difference.
So thank you sir for this answer. Now all the participants, I just want to ask one more question. How many of you are from tech side? Please raise your hand. IoT, AI, ML, technologies, we have good people. How many of you are from clinical side? Please raise your hand. I think that's a great mixture of clinicians as well as problem solvers. So let us revisit the situation. Thanks for giving an example. Let's say it's early in the morning, it's a remote place. We'll go scenario by scenario. Somebody unfortunately got bitten by a snake. Now every minute for them counts. So let us go by examples. So what do you think the first challenge could be? Like, let's say they are bitten, right? So what is the response? I think this question can be answered by you because you are handling all the community-based activities, right? So how do you think people react to it, and what are the challenges they face?
That's a nice question, and it is very pertinent also, because snakes are somewhat alien to us. The moment you see a snake, you panic. But then when that animal ends up biting, you're not sure what the outcome is. So that creates a different fear altogether. So immediately after a snake bite, and especially if it's a venomous one and the venom surging through your body will create a lot more different symptoms. Pain, swelling, perspiration and things like that. You are confused. If you've not dealt with that situation before, you are sure to make a mistake there. So not knowing what to do, having questions like will I even survive are very pertinent.
So I'll pause you for a bit. So the first point is awareness is not there, and I think Barbara, we have option to create awareness which can be funded for this price. Please correct me if you're wrong.
Yeah,
so we'll keep it a little bit interactive so that we can build the whole context.
Yeah, very quick on that. So I think one of the things that we assume that bite is going to happen, so that's why primary prevention is not there, but at the point around awareness and secondary prevention, knowing what to do when the bite happens, that definitely falls within the scope of the price.
So people who are working on AI, ML kind of things, I think there's an opportunity for you to apply. Now the second problem I see is, first is of course the panicking and the things. Second is the transportation, right? The major challenge is transportation, how they are transported from point A to point B or to the nearest P. So would anybody like to answer that how transportation can play a role in this particular management of this patient snake bite to hospital bed? Anybody would like to answer?
I'll take that one again. Transportation is very crucial, and people sometimes use their own transportation to reach the hospital. The second aspect of transportation is where to reach. Sometimes, or in fact most of the times, primary health centers are under-equipped. They don't have anti-venom. So secondary healthcare is the place to go, but they would not know that. So here I feel that the challenge is sometimes you end up reaching a healthcare facility and you get referred.
Right. So can you also serve a solution for this, like how we can mitigate this problem, because how we can be connected, like in the world of Ola, Uber, how we can be connected and how we can mitigate this?
As speakers before me had already mentioned, the problem stays in
rural areas where most of these apps or technologies are not available. Awareness is important. How do we send it to the masses? Which hospital is equipped? I think that is a chance for the innovators here.
Sure. I think we will have questions on this again. Yeah. Anything specific? Otherwise, we'll open to questions after this. You can please keep your questions.
Sir, one thing here, let's say for example, snakebite happened a person in a rural area. What is the time span for him? Now, how much time he can sustain with that? So based on that, if average accuracy provided by the panel, we can give you best solution with our AI.
So I think I can answer this question. So the panel is about to make you aware how you can apply. I think data can be taken afterwards. I mean, that
solution I'm asking. I mean, if snakebite happened to a person, how much time that particular person has?
So, yeah, I think he's a medical doctor. He can answer that. So before you answer this question, I want to ask you, when a patient is coming to you as a doctor, what challenges you face or what you feel, okay, if this would have been a situation, it would have been better. Like for example, if they come late, if they come with a case which is beyond our scope. So what are those? You should please touch upon those things, then answer this question, it makes a lot of sense.
Actually, the questions of you both are a little bit linking.
Exactly.
Actually. So the person, whenever he got a snake bite, so the venom which is injected in, and it depends on the person. It depends on the person, age, and his comorbidities and all. And second is his species. The species of the snake, because we have two different types of snakes. One is neurotoxin and second is hemotoxic. So neurotoxin patients, when the patient had a neurotoxic bite, then the patient going to deteriorate or death, the minimum time is 30 minutes. The minimum time is 30 minutes and it can extend to at any level, that when it can go up to a few hours also, depending on the venom injected. So the quantity of venom injected and the species, it all matters. And I think clear.
So I want to add one more point here. So of course venom is important. I think Dr. Karthikeyan can mention about the diversity. So if there is something which places diversity of snake is this much, we can always prepare accordingly the PHCs in places so that it can be intervened, right? You have anything to say on this?
I think preparation, PHC really doesn't come in the picture because for snake bites you need tertiary care, and in PHCs you don't have tertiary care. They can prepare the patient and send, that's it. And again, valuable time lost. Having a polyvalent antivenom, knowing what all species are there may not be so relevant. But what is more relevant is to look at the seriousness of the bite. Many bites are dry bites. Okay, so the snake bites but doesn't inject the venom. So in such cases, the patient looks absolutely okay, but there is a bite. And there is not much swelling, there's not much symptom, but it requires the same attention that a victim who's completely envenomated. So that is what would be relevant maybe in the case of the primary health centers or the immediate medical attention that can show.
Thank you. So sir, now we are understanding like when a bite happens plus how the patient journey happens. There are so many gaps in the process, right? I think we have not discussed about diagnostics in the process. So it's a question to, again, you. What is the importance of diagnosis in particular treatment which is available as of now? And what challenges you face that we cannot identify species or we cannot know what time of bite? So how do you think this can be mitigated or what is the problem?
So as I said, the biggest challenge is whenever the patient comes with a bite, it can be a dry bite also. It can be a dry bite and it can be, the venom can be injected. Okay, so the challenge is whenever the venom is injected, so whether we have to go for anti-snake venom or not.
Now the question is diagnosis like which snake species has bitten. Well, how do you do that? What are the present solutions available?
We have only one test, that is a 20 minutes only clotting test we have, but that is only for viper.
So we do not have any rapid kits so far to test.
We don't have any rapid diagnostic test for diagnosing venom.
So Barbara, if somebody is developing a rapid diagnostic kit, are they eligible for this price? And from the scientific perspective, can we develop a rapid diagnostic kit for specific species of snakes which are more relevant to that area and supply to the PHCs via some mechanisms? Does it help, Doctor?
What was Barbara's response?
She said it is...
Yeah, that's definitely something that falls within the scope, and I think one of the things, and would defer to the doctors to explain this, but also if we can have this more readily available so that it's not only present at the healthcare facility, but if it can be present more widely, that can help also someone know what facility they need to go to.
Yeah, I think knowing, I think it's still a practice now that some clinicians insist the patients to bring the dead snake along with them and show that there has been a snake bite, and to confirm, because at the clinicians end we must also visualize the kind of problems that they face. People come with variety of problems, and snake bite is a medico-legal case, and you can end up that becomes a police case and all that. So you have to be very sure that you are giving the right treatment. So there is no harm in the doctor asking what is the snake, what do you know the species, but having a kit like which diagnoses which venomous snake has bitten will have a narrow geographic coverage. Yeah, it can cover maybe 60% of all the areas, because as I showed you in my talk, there are many different species which are occupying the region of our interest, and they may not be covered by our universal snakebite species detection. So we have to see that it is incremental. It is not a one-shot solution.
So thank you, sir, for this. So I have like follow-up questions to you and to the founder, Dr. Vikas, and to the ecosystem innovators, Dr. Zahur and Ms. Ritika. So making a kit is not feasible, but can AI ML help solve something? Can it have serve as some tool which can actually diagnose or with some accuracy, which can be medically acceptable? And if you can also talk about regulatory perspectives on that.
So we have had kits, lamb-based kits and all, because 20 minutes is also quite a big time, but we have seen startups which are developing lamb-based kits, which are easy to administer at the point of care. And many of these kits, they also build a AI ML platform where they are integrating a lot of these already known data, the markers and everything, and it will actually really help. If there are some startups are developing these kind of kits, because instead of having multiple kits for different things, you can have one test which tells you what kind of venom there it is. It's a Herculean task, because as Dr. Karthik was mentioning, the species are tremendous. I was just talking to him that, is there a study done on what species are prevalent in that area to, kind of develop a kit according to. But I think the main problem statement will be that somebody develops a kit with an AI ML platform which can help. And we've had these success stories before. So I don't think that, if somebody really wants to do it and with the correct kind of support, they should be able to do it quite well.
Sure. I will request Dr. Zahur for his thoughts, and then Dr. Vikas.
Yeah. So we have startups who have developed some AI-based or ML-based SaaS platforms, and basically the digital image processing would help in this case, where the dry bite that happened at the place. So it is an takeaway for the innovators, but there is a gap here where you can recognize the bite, whether it is a venomous or a dry bite. So this way, the digital image processing would help to develop an AI/ML based platform. So this can be a good innovation in that way. So in other aspects, in fact, we have other gap also here,
like recognizing the snake type, which snake has bitten on the spot. So this is another one where we know that the cobras, kites, and vipers are there in existence, which are very venomous. So identification of the species. So we know that there are many species again in this in each and every genus pot again. So we need to identify. We have classified all the biodiversity of the snakes. So they are in existence. You know that all the biodiversity of the snakes across the world was well classified. We know this. We have this data, and which are venomous, which are non-venomous. That data is also available. And what kind of bites would happen, and we have seen for the last many centuries what kind of bites would happen, and how does the neurotoxins and the hemotoxins would affect, and even developing the antigens for that. So we have all these with us. Now it's the innovators' turn to identify these and come up with your innovations. So so that's what I can say.
Thank you. Over to Dr. Vikas.
So as an innovator or as a founder, or I'll say as a biodesign prospect, I will look at it as a biodesign prospect. And I'll assume a case scenario, bite has happened and snake, we cannot find a snake. Because as sir said, sometimes we prefer dead snake. So there are multiple case scenarios I can predict, start from there. What type of bite happened, whether it's poisonous or not. If it is poisonous, neurotoxic, hemotoxic. So I'll break down these individual case scenarios and identify which is the strongest point which I can pitch in. Whether I'm able to differentiate whether it is neurotoxic, it is hemotoxic or non-poisonous. With some in vitro diagnostic like blood glucose strip which we have, which we can supply near the village PHCs or village pharmacies or in ambulance. So that kind of innovations which will make us prepared, the tertiary center prepared, whether it's neurotoxic, neurotoxic or hemotoxic or non-poisonous. That's one case scenario. One case scenario, identifying the bite, with the bite and taking digital image. Because with the digital evolution, this is one of the most potent device, our smartphone. Whether we can take the image and identify with the image processing, maybe it is 60% accurate, 70% accurate, but we can design some kind of algorithm which can detect whether it's neurotoxic, poisonous or non-poisonous. Third thing, some digital counseling setups to make patient calm down, because most of the mortality which happened is because of cardiac arrest, which is not directly related to snake venom, but perception what people have. So how we can make them calm down. So I'll try to break down this journey of patient from snake bite to hospital bed. How we optimize the solutions. We can strengthen our ambulance system to transport the patient from site to hospital. And strengthening should be such that maybe the ambulance operator can communicate with the tertiary health care center that patient is coming and this is the symptoms what he is undergoing, and this is a case of snake bite. We also have to look at medical legal prospect also. So back the time when patient is coming to the hospital, parallelly emergency response team might be ready to manage that patient, because once the patient hit the emergency response team, they spend some golden hour or the critical time to identify whether what exactly the treatment has to be given. So initial preparedness. So breaking down those journey into different segment, classifying the impact of those segment, and setting up a triad system, what we say high risk, low risk, moderate risk, what to do first. So there are lot of scope in breaking down this journey of patient and identify the critical sector or critical segment where we can hit and design the solution. That as an innovator I would say. So as a innovator I will suggest you to understand the journey of patient from snake bite to bed. From where what solutions we can put in so that it will improve the prognosis, improve or reduce the mortality and morbidity. Because, okay, patient survived, but he lost his leg. What can I do so that I can prevent his limb amputation? That's also one thing which can create an impact. Though patient survived, how to reduce or minimize the impact of snake bite to the patient when he reaches the hospital or post treatment. So breaking down the journey of patient, identifying the key impact area and building up a solution around that area which will impact to reduce mortality and morbidity. That will
thank you all, thank to all of you for setting the great context. I think now we understand the problem, we understand what could be the solutions. Now to further strengthen, I am going to put you a small activity, a challenging activity, where you have to come for some solutions. So I am giving a case scenario and will ask you specific questions, you have to answer that. And that could be a potential innovation which you could apply. So this is for our audience, for our startups, who are maybe engineers, who are doctors, that how they can develop and how they can apply. So for me the scenario is like a 35-year-old person is bitten by a snake at 8:15 p.m. in the evening in a remote village. Challenge. The nearest primary health center is 25 kilometers away. Another challenge. Mobile connectivity is poor, or that day it's cloudy or something is not working out. Family members don't know whether the snake was venomous or not. So I want you to please walk us through the journey. I will ask you the specific. Like for example, to Dr. Karthikeyan, I'll ask snake identification. So let's say the first thing is snake identification. How do we do that? If you are a startup, how will you build a solution around it?
No, the problem statement, you mentioned 25 kilometers to the primary health center.
Yes, sir.
To the primary health center.
To the PHC.
So what is the distance to the tertiary health?
We don't know.
We don't know?
We don't know. So it's a remote village. And the problem is the primary PHC is 25 kilometers.
Okay.
Still in India, a lot of villages
There's no use actually to know where the primary health center is, because you won't get the antivenom. You're not giving useful information.
But here the point is, if the snake is non-venomous, the person is panicking, right? Still he needs a doctor to counsel that he may not die or she may not die, right? So it is not only the treatment, it is also the psychological stuff which goes around if they are not aware. I have a list of questions, but for you, snake identification is the thing.
Okay, so it's in the evening, and where exactly? It is in the field or it's inside the house?
Let's presume it's in the field.
It's in the agricultural field. So it could be any of the venomous species.
The question here is, if you are a startup, and your focus or your target is to develop snake identification.
Okay.
So what you will use? You will use AI, ML, you will use some, what is the solution you can propose to that person or that scenario?
For any of those to operate, you need information. What is the information you have given? Agriculture field, human being, and 8:15 p.m. That is the information you have given.
This is a scenario.
Information.
So in that,
because AML will operate on data, right? Your data input is 3 fields, right? So that is insufficient to say what species is involved and...
So that's not the question, I'm sorry, I'll reframe it. The question is, if that is a scenario and you have to make something or build a startup on snake identification or species identification, what idea you have in mind that you will build? If you want to take time to think, we can move to next question. Sure, please. So I want to welcome Dr. Naveen as well, please join us. I have a second question, which is on community response. I think you're the best person to answer, Avinashji.
I'll also touch a little bit about the first one, first question.
Let's have him on the first question and then let's come. So the idea is you are a founder. So everybody here is a founder now.
Okay.
And you are building a solution. So you are giving out the idea to the people that what they can actually build. That's the context. So your thing is community response. Yeah, over to you.
It's a broad question.
Could be anything as a founder, what you think.
So ideally, we do receive a lot of snake
about 300 to 400 snake rescue calls on a daily basis, of which there are a lot of snake bite victims also. So as a community, I mean, in case of a snake bite, patients sometimes click photos of these for identification, and then post that we kind of advise them to reach out to the nearest hospital available. As a community, we believe in creating awareness so that they are empowered with that information to handle snake bite cases. Immediately after a snake bite cases, we advise them not to kind of cut that bite site with blades, suck the venom out, spit the venom out, do not reach out to a faith healer, all of those. And if they are able to reach the hospital on time, I think rest all will kind of work.
So I think there's still a little bit you are the founder. You are the founder of the company, right? And you are building a solution on community response. Now, if you don't have like tech information, let's say you're not an AIML expert, I will give you AIML expert, I will give you a medical doctor, I will give you a team whatever you want. What solution are you going to build? That's the question. So this is not like what we can do. As a founder, if you are applying for this grant, what you will apply? It's like a rapid fire kind of thing.
I will try to intervene. It's an imaginative solution which you think, which might not be possible in this whole world, but as a founder we are making thing impossible possible.
And it is funded by the prize.
Imaginary thing.
Yeah, so in that situation I'll probably have my rescue team member act as a nodal officer to kind of handle such challenges. They will kind of intervene in case of a snake bite and kind of guide the victim to the right
So
center.
how will you make it sustainable kind of thing? Like how this startup runs, how it earns money or how it operates? I mean, it's just a small overview.
It initially needs pitching. Post that, I think we can kind of take the support of the government.
I think I would like to extend the same question to Dr. Zahur and Ms. Ritika, the same scenario. So what startup?
Is it the same question?
Yeah.
35, what is the age of the guy you mentioned?
35 years. So
35 years, okay.
Yeah. So the question is like,
So
what kind of app can you develop or something?
So when a 35-year guy has met with such a case scenario, so definitely there would be no immunity when compared to maybe on average I can say I just want to take based upon the age group. So the first thing is as he has the mobile phone. Nowadays, mobile phone has become one of the part of the body, an organ.
So, Doctor,
so you can.
You are a founder. You are pitching as a founder.
Yes.
Your idea.
Yes, and I'm coming to that. So I will be making first of all, it requires some kind of first aid, where he should know what exactly the problem is. So for that, the patient has to think, go through the app, or you can say there should be some kind of awareness app which will speaks about what he has to do, what are the steps, what are the first aid that he has to do. So such kind of platform one has to build. That is one way. Second thing is, so what is exactly the diagnosis that has to be done. So there can be a platform which will identify the bite and also what should be done from that further. So what is the first aid has to be done. So this is another scenario for a founder like me to develop such kind of platform. So there would be a kind of device which I should keep with me because I am living in a remote area. I should know that there are some snakes available. So then I should be aware that there should be some kind of device with me. So then I should see some kind of device which will kill the snake, or I guess like there is no prevention here. So I will take back that. So I will come out after snake bite, post snake bite scenario. So now there will be an innovation where I think like immediate the medicine which is very highly effective. Where I come up with as a founder that a very highly effective medicine which will normalize my complete toxins within my body. So now we require such kind of drug. So as a founder, I will look for innovation in developing such kind of drug which can normalize within less than 5 minutes. As we know that on average 30 minutes is the time for any snake bite, or people can die through neurotoxin or hemotoxin. So now I will look for a drug. I will do discovery in such a way that I will make a drug which can reduce, which can make me into 5 minutes of time. So then there will be much scope in terms of transport, like taking to 25 kilometers and then look for a drone
drone assistance, where now, for example, one of our startup is making a man lifting drone, which is an eVTOL like machine, which can lift off about 80 kg to 100 kg of payload. So I can look for a drone through which I can call it through my mobile phone, and it will come and it will lift off me and take me to the 25 kilometers of space. So likewise, there are various ways how you can solve, how you can make technology, and you can involve. So yeah.
Thanks, Dr. So I'll just push to Dr. Naveen. So Dr. Naveen, from the referral point of view and from the hospital management point of view, what could be your solution which you would like to pitch in as a prize, which if you're a founder?
So basically, I'm into critical care from the last 10 years. So I have seen many snakebite cases which comes in a delayed referral. So when it comes to the referral pathway, we can have GPS to the ambulances and a hub and spoke network, like connecting the hub and spoke network to the peripheral hospitals or the community health centers, where the information can be passed away. And coming to the clinician's point of view, we have a point of care diagnostics still delay in the process. So many clinicians spend more time on diagnostic which kind of venom it is, and waiting for the lab tests and for the history, because the patients don't know which species the snake is. So the history and the delayed referral contribute to the death and the long-term disability. So in my opinion, hub and spoke network of small clinics in villages itself will help.
Thanks. I think that's exactly what you're doing also, right? Yeah. Exactly. So I have one question from Dr. Arshi as well. So from Barak's perspective, you have supported so many startups in different domains, right? It could be agriculture, healthcare, stem cells, etc., etc. So how do you think a drone startup fits in this price? How do you think agriculture startup fits in this situation where they are from snakebite to hospital bed, apply and get the grant?
So I think drone obviously will be very helpful. Technology will be very helpful for these snake bite.
Any examples you would like to cite?
So yes, the first thing, the drone can help basically in the mechanical stabilization of the patient, so that the patient is mechanically stabilized, so the venom does not get spread into the body. And they can help these community workers or health workers even to train them how they can use this drone technology in stabilizing the patient as a first aid thing. And obviously it can carry a diagnostic AI image recognition patterns in which they can understand what basically from which big four the snake bitten is there. And
so
then they
will you be funding those startups if they apply in Barak?
So we don't have a call currently, but yes, there is an opportunity.
Sure. So guys, please stay tuned. I think that's it. Yeah.
So adding telemedicine to the drone technology will slightly improve, because most of the patients, when a snake bites, they have this sympathetic stimulation, they go into tachycardia and they have a cardiac arrest. So that is the first thing. And secondly, we can have a point of care diagnostics, like for the infectious disease which we have, like in COVID. And third thing is awareness. See, most of the COVID patients, deaths stopped because of the awareness which the government created in the people. So drones and telemedicine can support this kind of system.
So apart from that, I would like to add some more. Like we happen to give MeitY Genesis grant to one startup who are building a robot. The robot will be utilized in villages, in remote villages where there are schools but there are no teachers. So as you told in the case scenario of where it is something like there is non-availability of manpower and all. So you can build a robot, right? So you can build a robot which will give you complete integrated solution when after the snake bite to the human being. So in this way also innovation can happen. You can also introduce robotics in that way, and you can solve the cases.
So I think robotics, AI, ML, all are eligible. So I'll just ask one question to Barbara, then I'll come to you, sir. So Barbara, I wanted to understand from you what is the scalability potential globally when it comes to IoT, AI, ML, drone, robotics, mobility, and healthcare altogether.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, because we want solutions to be rooted in the communities where they're being most affected by snakebite. They have the correct context about the support they need, about the solutions that will actually be implemented. But we also know that lots of So the same challenges are faced across the regions, and that solutions that use the same type of information that feed those ML models, those AI models, can then be scaled to other places as long as they look into the context where they will be applied. So I think one of the things that we are looking for in terms of the judging criteria is we want the solutions to have the correct reach within their proposals. So it's fine if they're centered around the community, the district, and then if they have those plans for scalability, that's definitely a pro that we're looking for.
Sure, thank you. I think Dr. Vikas, you have a solution.
So, I'm just imagining a case scenario. I'm imagining a village, a 65-year-old farmer. So, I imagine my uncle. I have seen him that he can type English, but he is using YouTube to everything. How he use mic button,
Siri,
seats, and say what he want to listen, and that options will come down, scroll down, and he will click and he will listen. Now that means ki chatbots are true prevalent, and even a person who is not literate but with the icon he can understand what to press and what to say. And chatbots are too advanced that they can communicate. So the startups who are building some solution around how to manage emergencies with them, they can add this component around chatbot. So imagine a scenario, bite happened, he has no one along with him. He has only mobile with low internet. So chatbot should be with low internet, can work with low internet, and if you give a command, I got a bite, it's painful, chatbot can respond in a way that he can pacify, in a way that it can identify where the emergency happened, targeting a geolocation of the mobile phone, in a way that can communicate to the nearby emergency response center, like 108 in India has an emergency system for ambulances. So like that. So it building a holistic network with one chatbot might help. And not only this chatbot can also communicate with the nearby persons, how to manage this person who might be in a fainting situation, but initial response can be, he can also discuss about symptoms, signs. So such kind of solutions can also be one of the solutions which can be applied here, and this can be globally scaled.
Right. Yeah. So
I can just maybe taking from everybody's thing. So one of the primary things in most of these remote villages is that there is low literacy. You're not going to have people who are going to be well educated, as he rightly said, that they're using chatbots. Again, I'm thinking of a solution which is like a standalone kind of a kiosk kind of a thing, but with a with a working screen and with a chatbot. Because what happens is that most of the times the reason why people are panicking is because they know that nobody around them knows how to treat them. Exactly. So one of the things is that like most of these small villages also will have a gram panchayat office or small office. That can be the primary center, because not everybody will remember the first aid that they were taught. So here, any startup or something who can build this kind of a solution, where there is a screen, but also there is a small box which also includes the tourniquets, because most of these are happening in the lower limbs. The snake bites are happening on the lower limbs. You have to stop the circulations. So the first aid normally is that you tie it up and try to this thing. The other is having the disinfectants, because disinfectants also is very critical, and clean that place up first before you move the patient. So something a solution which is not internet dependent, and there are plenty of solutions which are available where somebody can build an AI model to make the images, because images speak more louder than words. Words are not necessary, and I have come across a number of startups who are using NLP in chatbots and to communicate with the locals. And these NLPs are actually trained on the local dialects as well. So even if they build one particular imagery around how to calm the patient down, how to give the first aid, but they can use these kind of AI and ML technologies to kind of train it on each dialect and talk also in that dialect. I think this as a solution can actually work. in each of these villages, you can have another, 10, 15 villages in one area which is reporting into one PHC or a tertiary care. So this primarily can help. The other part of it is that, you were talking about funding. I know plenty of CSRs which will, if a startup is coming up with scalable solutions, they can prove it in even just 2 or 3 villages. We will be able to get them a pipeline, to get funding and to actually start putting their solutions in multiple villages. I think we can start in a small area, like 1 district, maybe 2 districts, and then, see how these can scale up.
Sure. So I would say
just one add-on I will give.
Sure.
Just 30 seconds I will complete. Yeah. So just I want to give a thought for the innovators who are sitting here. So you can see when the snake was bitten, then the person will be in completely isolated place and he cannot walk and he cannot speak even to the second person. So but he has a mobile phone, right? So now you can build any agentic AI. Okay. So you can build agents now. So call immediately so and so person, you call my relative, you call the doctor, you send the drone immediately. So agents can be built in that way, in such a way that the agentic AI will be highly useful to you to curb this situation immediately. So you can call the robot, you can call the drone, you can call any other friend or any relative or doctor immediately through your agentic AI based model. So this one solution you can think.
So I would like to thank all the members for giving solutions. We'll come to them. So I will sum it up like whatever you have mentioned. So let's say when the bite happens, there should be some mechanism when the person can be taken to the ambulance or the nearest hospital, right? So there should be some intervention. I think this is the gap, right? So we need solutions for this. Number 2, when it comes to vehicles, not all ambulances are available in remote villages. I think I was looking at the startup we have doing pilot with a startup incubated here. So they have installed cameras in the ambulances. So 24/7 they can monitor where the patient is, in what condition they are. So one idea is if you equip those cameras with AI ML and that can monitor the patient's not vitals but at least the images, hyperspectral imaging. That can give some insights at how exactly the patient is, and I think AI ML can enable like what kind of bite it is based on different changes in the body, inflammation, etc., etc. I think we have not reached that stage where we can implement that, but yes, in research it's possible. Also, if we know the geographical locations of different snakes, I'm sure they must be diversified, not so like that every snake species is like equally distributed. If you know that blueprint, I think that can also help us to have some clarity from 0 to at least 50 or 40. That will also help. Moving forward, drones can help with the delivery of the antivenom, right, to locations which are geographically not so available. Drones can also help with some kind of surveillance, which can tell, okay, in this area, this particular thing is happening, so bite can happen or traffic is there, take some diversion whatsoever. And in various settings, vehicles can be equipped, like Ola and Rapido model can be replicated or repurposed, so that we can have only specific vehicle for a lot of geographies, which can be also used by AI. So I think all these solutions can be made from bite to hospital bed, and doctors can have much more perspective before the patient arrives. I was working with a startup who had installed advanced technology in the ambulances. So before he arrives in emergency, doctor will have all the dashboard report of his vitals and basic things. So they don't waste time on getting the primary screenings, etc., etc. So I think with this we'll sum up the discussion here, and we'll move to the audience for real-time questions or their ideas of how they can be funded and fine-tuned. So over to the dais. Yeah. Can we have a mic?
Hi everyone, hi all the panelists. I'm Dr. Alochata, Associate Professor Research. So basically my specialization is genomics, so I'm a genomic scientist all the way. So I know it's an out-of-the-box question, but I have a question for Dr. Karthikeyan sir, actually, yes, because you are also working in genomics, I guess, like some part of omics. So I want to ask, what is the biggest challenges, in translating this venom genomics researches into the personalized medicine, especially in very low-setting areas where the snake bite burden is like heavy. I mean, you know, right, the genomics can understand, you know, like why the snake bite victims can develop the complications while others can, recover for the minimal interventions as well. So I want to know that why is it so, and what are the challenges we can just face, because genomic interpretations can help for personalizing the medicines and, yeah.
Thank you for that question. Though I think therapies are out of the radar for this call, just for the value of the question that you asked, yes, genomic data can really be helpful. For example, if we can know which toxins are not neutralized by the antivenom, then we can synthesize nanobodies or specific antibodies which can target those non-neutralized toxins, which would reduce the morbidities that are caused when the venom is still circulating in the body as and when the treatment is happening. So yes, it's very useful. It can be an additional support to the antivenom treatment.
But what are the challenges? Do you see any challenges still there, or?
Yeah, huge challenges. First, accessing the snake, right? You need for genomic work, you need the sample of the snake, and you need the venom gland for the transcriptome. So all these are challenges. You have to wade through a lot of regulations to access them. Yeah, yes. And then the funding support to do that kind of work. Yeah.
So
There has something.
Sure. We'll go from the back to front. Back. We'll go from back to front for the questions.
Yes, I have one point for the diagnostic to the Barbara. Sorry, I mean, in our country, what kind of snake, that doesn't matter. It is only the one antivenom. We don't have the snake-specific antivenom. So why the diagnostic bucket is there for this? I think it will lead it will mislead that one among the people.
That's a really good point. I think there's a couple of things. I think for diagnostics, one thing is whether there was venom injected or not, so to be able to take a look at that. And then the way that we're looking at the prices, we know that there's other grants and other funding that are developing antivenom and other more modern therapies. So we want the price to accompany those. So when there's more specific antivenoms that are being developed either here or in other parts of the world, we want there to be diagnostics to be able to know which antivenom needs to be administered, just because it's a global price and we know that there are global efforts happening around the creation of antivenom itself.
Yes. And for this diagnostic, I think, if it is venomous snake, and it is a non-venomous snake, it is very easy to detect. I mean, the family member can able to identify within 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. So when you are spending the time to detect the diagnostic which snake it is, so that is killing the golden time, and we'll forget to take the patient to the nearest facility where they can get the medication. Mm-hmm. I think this bucket is diagnostic bucket, in whatever Wellcome test is given. I think this is, I don't think it is very useful.
So the other points around diagnostics is also to know what type of treatment the patient needs to receive at the time, so neurotoxic versus hemotoxic. But that's why we have the other points in the patient journey as well, so it's an open price that can look at the different challenges that are faced by snakebite patients from that bite to bed window.
Yes, because I am not able to distinguish this bucket with the basic research. It is one kind of basic research. So, that's what instead of that.
I beg to differ at this point. It is not basic research, sir.
No, this diagnostic part is more or less the basic research pattern.
So the problem
it will mislead the people.
No, it's not misleading. So the problem here is diagnosis is not confirmed, so before that antivenom cannot be injected.
See, when you are in phase, so when you will do the diagnostic, it is in medical facility. Yeah. Or when the patient is there.
So you do diagnostics in the medical facility, so you can come up with kits which can have some kind of adaptability to those species which can say, okay, this is a confirmed.
No, but we don't have medicine, no.
How are you don't have? So,
I'll try to answer your question. So, case scenario based, patient bed. I don't know whether it's neurotoxic, hemotoxic or non-poisonous. But if I am able to differentiate at the site, maybe any healthcare worker, paramedical staff or ambulance which might have arrived 10 minutes after the snake bite, if they might diagnostic, they might create a triage system, what to do next. First thing is what to do next is question. I don't know, medicine might not be tertiary and kill center also, but the problem statement, what to do next is the biggest problem statement I am trying to solve.
No, but my point is that the next is the antivenom.
Next is an antivenom, yes, I agree.
But we don't have...
Sir, there are lot of flaws which we have to identify one by one and solve. This point of time, this stage of time, I need to know what is next. Understand the triage. I'll just take an analogy of triage in a World War time where the word triage came in. When the doctors used to mark plus some sign, what to do with the wounded soldier? Leave it here, take under the shoulder, so soldiers immediately respond, or that can survive for some time, not to panic.
No,
there was a 3 triage. So what to do next? I don't know whether we can provide a service to them, but at least that question was solved. Later, when we identified, okay, we have this solution, I don't have antivenom for that. Maybe some grant prize may come in to identify that particular type of antivenom. So, I am trying to solve one problem.
No, see, in other countries, this practice is like in Thailand. There is a separate antivenom for the cobra, there is a separate antivenom for the, the snake-specific antivenom. Because in India, when the snake-bitten person is getting the treated, the medicine is working only 25%. Because it is a bolus of 4 and the antibody, FAB. Okay, so he is getting only the 25%. So rest of the part is giving only allergic reaction to the patient.
So, in that way, I will try to defend myself.
That data is very subjective. I think Dr. Karthikeyan can support this.
That's what I mean.
I think, I'm hearing so many things here in this audience. There's a lot of misinformation and lack of clear knowledge about the snake bite, snake venom, and the treatment. You rightly said we have only one polyvalent. You have only one polyvalent, which is absolutely right.
Yes.
And yes, we can have more directed treatments for specific snakes if we know what bite has caused that incident. But we don't have it at this point in time. But your statement that the antivenom is having 1/3 or 1/4 of what, that is not true. Okay, so the way the antivenom response is created.
Sir, I was involved in antivenom production among one of these 4, company in Hyderabad.
So, Dr. Crore, we can discuss this offline because we have other questions as well. Please, we'll catch up.
No, that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So, instead of diagnostic, you can put other bracket so that,
Sure. Next question.
new innovators.
So, I have a question. If am I audible? Yeah. Hi. So, thanks a lot for, a lot of insights. But I'd like to take, 2 steps back. And, if I remember from my experience working on the vaccine delivery innovation project for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, right? So, there are a lot of problems that come along the way. It's not just about the solution. Even if you provide the solutions, there are associated problems, that arise. For instance, when the ASHAs or ANMs, they were trying to, give the vaccinations, they were reusing the syringe. So, the technical challenges might lead to, butterfly effects of lots of problems. So, taking 2 steps back, I said, is it possible that we really also have a campaign or awareness program for farmers to wear shoes like ankle length or knee length shoes, because this is not practiced in India.
So that is a preventive solution, and then we can think of the out-of-the-box solutions like AI, or creating an SOS response from machine learning or detection or identification and images. So I think there is a lot to bridge even before we talk of these solutions. So what are your thoughts on that? Thank you.
Yes, thanks for that question. Yeah, I completely agree that obviously, like, ideally, if all snake bites are prevented from the start, then that solves our problem. However, the way that we have designed this price is that knowing that bites will still occur, what can we do at that point? So if there is a component to a solution that takes into account those ideas around primary prevention, that's fine. And I think there needs to be potentially another call specifically dedicated to those. But right now, assuming that they will continue to happen around the world, how can we best address them?
So in the best interest of time, I would request all the participants to please ask the questions from bite to bite, because that's the scope. Prevention, anti-venom will come later. There are so many schemes open. But to utilize this session properly, if you ask your idea, whatever you have, whether it can be applied or any challenge you face, I think that will be more justice to the time in this scenario.
Hi, thank you very much. The question is, because we are racing against the clock, and we talked about how neurotoxin is about 30 minutes of time we have. What about the hemotoxin? I'm just trying to understand what it is that we're trying to solve. If anybody can answer on the panel.
Neurotoxin, as you said, it is a minimum time of 30 minutes, and it can extend to any hours. So depending on the patient condition, age, and comorbidities, and so related to vipers, it is vasculotoxic or hemotoxic. It can have its action to death or any disability. It can take up to a few hours. It cannot have immediate death. It can produce only a disability. So the problem with the mortality is only with the neurotoxins. That is early death with the neurotoxins. So hemotoxins can have immediate, so depending on the patient condition and comorbidities.
Next question, please.
Hi. Yeah, hi. I don't know anything about snake bite. My question is very simple. If it's a dry bite, the bite area, will there be a less temperature fluctuation than any other kind of a bite? Because that will simplify the process.
Yeah. Actually, any bite is a bite. It can, simple thorn prick is also a bite. So it can produce inflammatory reaction. So it's a part of inflammation. It can produce redness, swelling, and local rise of temperature also. A dry bite also can produce such symptoms.
Yeah, but if it is a poisonous any other bite, will that be more severe? Is there, because there will be cell death, etc. So will that be more severe than a dry bite?
Yeah, it will be more severe. It will lead to further complications, like producing cellulitis, and that too producing some blisters over the skin.
My question is the temperature fluctuations. If it is
I think you're trying to ask, if a bite happens, is there a pattern to the bite that we can identify? Is there a temperature fluctuation, inflammation in the body which we can monitor?
Yeah.
It is different species, right?
Yeah, by infrared.
Exactly.
Temperature fluctuation can be there with the difference of bite and normal trauma.
Yeah. So allergic response, do we have bite patterns also of different species? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. See, we don't have data for that. We haven't really looked at bites in the perspective you have raised. And as Dr. Saab was just saying, any bite will give you some inflammation. So you have to see how much of that background information is different from the actual bite. Yeah. And differentiating dry bites is very tricky. I would not risk the opportunity to access treatment even if it is a dry bite, because the venom toxins in small quantities can cause havoc. So there is no point in going into the much detail. More important is to make the person take the treatment.
So Dr. Naveen, you have something to say?
I think it's more
more of a hemotoxic and neurotoxic bites. So hemotoxic, you can identify the bites, like you have a gush of blood from the site of the bite. And most importantly, in the rural areas, what they do is they suddenly tourniquet, they apply the tourniquet. So when they come into the emergency and the one tourniquet is removed, so there is a gush of venom inside the systemic circulation. So that itself causes the systemic damage, and they go into coagulopathy and they succumb. So the awareness should be created regarding the bites too.
I had a question. I mean, we are all focusing on how the patients can be transported to the hospital facility as soon as possible. But I am confused about one thing, that isn't the treatment symptomatic? So even if I get the patient 30 minutes, say, into the bite, and the symptoms are not very prevalent, we run a whole blood clotting test, and we still find that the vitals are not very fluctuating from the baseline. So do you even start the treatment if I get the patient in time?
I think it's a medical question, so doctors can answer, please.
It's a good question, because without any symptoms of envenomation, we don't start ASV, because the ASV is very costly and it is less available. So we have to, we should not give unnecessarily if the patient don't have any symptoms. So we clinically monitor the patient so until he develops symptoms.
A question to that. Since we are all talking about AI and ML models, we have to feed the models with certain sort of images, right? If we are trying to say that whether it's a neurotoxic bite or a hemotoxic bite, you have to either give the images of the bite site or the kind of symptoms that develop around the bite area. Till now, we don't have the data of any of that, and data collection is definitely out of scope of this particular call, so we cannot do that. So I think we are just overestimating the power of AI ML here without understanding that we don't have the background data to make the machine learn anything out of it, right? And also, once you click the images or something, it is very subjective, because the person who will be uploading the image will be telling you whether this was a crate or a cobra, which is again a subjective thing, and identification is not a normal person's job. So that might be a wrong data entry and wrong training to the machine. So I would like to know your opinion on that.
Yeah, so I would also like to put a point here. I'm sure some research must be available, not to the level that we can develop an AI model onto that, but yes, there's a lot of research existing already which has images, which has portfolios. And especially the bites are like across the world same. Let's say if it's a crate is specific bite, right? I think some intervention has to be started to take it further.
I will try to answer a question. So maybe systematically those data are not available, but second year forensic medicine, they give us how to identify the snake bite, what exactly is the thing, because see, it's not only photographs, but there are lot of things back end studies has been done. If you go deeper dive, there are a lot of people who are actually working on the snake bite. You can partner with them. As of now, at this point of time, I cannot say what are the clinical pathway, but there's something we call a immersion pattern. Like we immerse into the system, identify the problem and immerse with that. Definitely you will get partners who are actually working around the snake bite. Definitely you will get the people who are working on a pattern of snake bite. What are the signs and symptoms around that, and those can be used to build up. There might be certainly some kind of data available, some kind of literature available from where you can start up.
And doctor, it is not only the bite, it is also the physiology, the biochemical markers, so many things are there. So it is not only you build AI for detecting the snake bite and that's it. You build everything, you superimpose data, and that's how it predicts, right? So that creates awareness, and it learns also by the time. So it's all immersive. It is not only isolation that, okay, I will only screen snake bite and do my diagnosis. It will be everything combined, right?
Yes, and just add something very quickly. The basic research data collection in itself shouldn't be a core solution. However, we know that not only measuring data, but like that data collection itself is very important. So while solutions are being developed through the finalist phase, we expect them to be collecting more data, enlarging their evaluation practices as well. So if you do have a practical solution that will benefit from the addition of data collection, then that is something that would fall within scope.
I have a question. I will answer for this question particularly. So we have the data available already. So in terms of starting from the gene data, if you go into any of the journals, there is a Snakebite gene data where there are most of the snakes genes, or we can say most of the database in terms of even immunology. So all the histocompatibilities and all the immunological data is also available in terms of antigens and antibodies.
Yeah, so I am not aware of any place where the snakebite related data is available. Yes, the toxin pathways are available, but there are common toxins which are present in multiple snake species.
Right.
So that might not be very useful when we have practical treatment. Because we know the gene sequencing and everything, I understand.
Yeah.
But I am talking about the data that can train the AI or ML model for people to access better treatment.
It's all about you go and take the images at tissue level and then you work out on, that's what the digital image processing speaks.
Practically tissue level is not possible because we are taking a general image through a camera, and it's totally based on how much quantity of venom injected to a body. How it's possible to calculate how much venom is injected, or it's totally based on parameters what we feed to our air.
The morphology and texture may differ from the bite, like it can be an insect bite also. So now suppose say you have to even differentiate an insect bite and a snake bite. So there are various scenarios that one has to find out. It all depends upon your algorithm, your machine learning approach, and in what way you build your image resolution. So these are the things which are the challenges for the innovator.
No, sir.
And to be specific, don't be too specific around what exactly we have as of now. Word innovation itself says, which we can't imagine. We have to find, we have to correlate and develop some solution.
See, you cannot consider only biology and mechanisms altogether.
Ever.
It has to be combined.
Sky is the limit. Whatever you can think of. That's why open-ended brainstorming.
So without data, A is just a algorithm, bunch of algorithms. So right now we don't have any specific data.
It is subjective, right? 10 images is also data for pilot, right? So we're not talking about, developing a solution right away. I'm saying you think of what is available. So you're a founder, let's presume, right? So you're building something. So that means you cannot apply, right? So if I'm in a place, I will say, okay, I have only 100 images of snakes, right? I have this much of biochemical data available. I have this much of spectral imaging available. I try to see what I can superimpose and build around it, right? It's more about what you cannot, what you can do, not like what you cannot do or what is not existing. We're not here to discuss the bottlenecks. We are here to discuss challenges and opportunities, right?
To answer this, I'll say you, as you are saying there is no data, the research is still going on, and all biomarker identifications are being doing and they are being notifying within the databases. They do have a specific databases where you can go with that thing. And once you get the data as in what in the sense, like what you are asking for the data means the sequencing, the identification, the morphological, the pathways, or what? Input will be given based on that. Because anyways we are going to make an algorithm, right? So AI can be integrated into the genomics and then we can go ahead with that. And there are reports.
How many images you want for your data to train? Tell me. How many images you want? So what data you want? Tell me what data you want.
I'll answer you specifically, all right? Today, technology has developed and images are available to sub-angstrom level. So what you are saying is fundamentally flawed, that you are thinking inside a box, right? Whether it's a tissue, whether it's a subcellular component, I mean, we are working on that, and we know that it is possible. Like he said, 10 images, 100 images, well, across the globe this data is available. In India it's not available, so snake specific data is available, bite kind and everything is available. It's just that, yes, we are also working on that. No, it is there. It is there.
So we'll switch to the next question, please. Yeah.
Sir, this question is specific to doctor. Sir, like let us suppose if there is a victim identified with a snake bite and they are from a remote village and by the time they are arriving, right, it's already been 30 minutes or 45 minutes and is in a severe condition, okay? And at that point of time, due to your procedurals that you need to undergo some tests and that's when you would determine that this is the medication that you need to give. If at all, if you don't have time, what is the one thing that you would do and one medication that you would give if you are forced to give that medication to survive that patient for next 2 to 3 hours? That is point number 1. And can that be localized? Like let us suppose if the patient is not in a position to move to the nearest hospital where this particular medicine is available, what are all the alternatives? Like would you be able to do an tele consultation and would they be able to do the similar procedures like an experienced professional like you can do it at the hospital? What are all the options and what are all the alternatives, if at all, if there are any? Thank you.
So your first question.
Related to first question, any patient who is coming in severity, we first proceed with the life-saving measures. It's not like testing whether the venom is injected or not, or whether the patient will have to go for ASU or not. It is the life-saving first we do as a doctor in emergency. So we go for clinical monitoring, and if the patient is symptomatic to such an extent, so we resuscitate the patient first, and parallelly we take the sample and we go for 20 minutes whole blood clotting test. It's not the test first and later the ASC. It's the first the stabilization of the patient and later the test and later the ASC. And second thing, if suppose we are working in a hospital where there are no sources like dialysis or ventilator, we communicate with the other hospitals and the condition and we refer them.
Can you pass the mic, please? Mic pass. You have questions?
He also has a question.
I can talk it. Hi. So my question is more around like awareness and training. So I just wanted to know that are there any communities that already exist which are basically like training the first responders or the first point of contact for like the correct remedies or like correct direction?
So over to you. Okay.
So may I know, you are in the medical field?
We're from the technology side.
So we have in the MBBS time, so we have a community postings. So we go into the communities, okay, there is a subject called community medicine. So SPM, social and preventive medicine. So the interns or the doctors who are in the second or third year, they can go and they can create this awareness. So we have so many medical colleges and we have so many doctors. The awareness can be created by the doctors itself when they are in the study period. Or coming to the ASHA workers, they can create the awareness. So the government should launch this kind of awareness.
So like to even like the farthest rural areas where they have like major myths around like traditional healers.
Yeah.
So do you think like it is important to have that training given even at that direction?
Practice right now, like they incise the wound, they suck the wound. Some people even go to the traditional healers, rural medical practitioners. The thing is, the awareness should be created, then we can create the awareness to the rural RMPs also. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ma'am, just quick response. Yes, we have a lot of organizations, including ours, that are working to create awareness at the grassroots level. You rightly pointed that there are a lot of myths that people blindly believe in and waste a lot of time. We try our best to kind of do these sessions and eradicate. Myths can be very simple. In case of a snake bite, a villager will not kind of take treatment. Instead of that, they will take hot iron rods and lash them. right? Those are practices that are painful and also will end up killing people. So we are working, every year we do about 300 such awareness sessions, and it's a slow process.
If you wouldn't mind me asking you, how are these sessions conducted recently?
Yeah, that's a good question. The thing is, when you're working with people from the rural background, they are very staunch in their beliefs. So when I kind of say that one particular species is non-venomous, they will not believe, right? And we do awareness sessions with live snakes, and we kind of show them these species. That way they are able to distinguish between the big four venomous snakes and also the commonly spotted ones. Invariably, we are seeing transition in the areas that we are kind of working.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, I have one question. Sir, patient had 30 minutes time, right? So here my kind request is that 30 minutes, what are the best value-added things we can focus to make it and give best solution for that emergency mechanism? What are the value-added factors? Anybody can answer. So which area we can focus? Give the best solution to the patient.
Yeah, so
there will be technology, medical technology.
30 minutes is ideal, sir. But we recommend individuals to reach within the golden hour, 1 hour. People from districts come after 6 hours also. People survive, but there will be complications. There will be acute renal injury and all of those. So we recommend early hospital reaching. Of all the things people do, we tell them not to do, and just reach the hospital. Do not try cutting the bite side. Do not tie a rope or a tourniquet. Do not waste any time in doing anything. Prioritize on not exerting yourself and reaching the hospital at the earliest. Let the doctors reaching the right hospital at the right time. Let the doctors observe your symptoms and start the ASV.
Value factor, right? Okay. Any other value-added factors from the panel?
So basically, there is a point why patients don't reach the proper hospital at the right time. So we are living in a very fragmented healthcare delivery. So being into the healthcare system, I can tell you that we have many insurances, we have many credit, we have different schemes in different states. So there is no proper central reserve that can tell the patients to go to a hospital and you can get a treatment. So the kind of bias they see in the corporate hospitals won't allow them to go there, and they believe these RMPs or rural medical practitioners, where the time wastes, the golden hour goes, and they rush into the corporate hospital, and we can't do anything when they reach. So they already go into the wards, they require a ventilatory support, they need a dialysis, sometimes they need an ECMO support too, which they can't even afford. They can't even afford a ventilator too. So the primary point of care when the bite happens should be taken care of. That's what the awareness could create it.
Sir, my question is, as a part of the Biodiversity Act and Environmental Protection Act, that snakes also we need to protect. So in this scenario, so you are saving the human and simultaneously animals also. After the beating process is over, where the snakes will be go, and either the forest peoples are involving, or how they save that all the animals spot.
Irrespective of snake bite or not, snakes are considered animals that people don't want to coexist. We are trying to push for coexistence because they are integral to our ecosystem. But that said, sometimes venomous snakes or snakes that enter houses, we end up rescuing it. So Friends of Snake Society along with the Telangana Forest Department rescues snakes from houses or areas of human habitation and relocate them into forest areas that are suitable for those species. So every year some 15,000 snakes are captured and transported.
Okay. And one more question. In educational systems, till 12th grade or 10th grade or after graduation grade, especially medical, this education, the healthcare education is textbooks available, or such a type of knowledge is providing to our existing rural or urban schools also, or colleges also?
CPSE has a specific section on snake bites. Nowadays they've improved or revised the content that are there in textbooks. Previous textbooks had a lot of misinformation, right? As simple as like 2 spots mean a venomous snake bite, right? Or lashes mean a non-venomous snake bite. or differentiating of venomous and non-venomous based on people. All of those information are being regularized with current information. Yeah, we do have the content.
So I would request if you can ask questions related to grant, like if you're thinking of application and what is the idea you have in mind, because these are basic questions.
Yes, I have one more idea.
So we'll ask sir first because he's asking for a long time. So sir, question to you please. We'll catch up later on this question please.
Actually, there are 2-3 things. We are working with the, there are so many things said by so many people. On a specific venom detection. We have a specific of cobra and venom, and we are working towards vipers. This is one. So we have the system to detect it at as a and in future, I want your opinion when you are treating the patients, how you rationalize the antivenom therapy, like how much antivenom you give to those patients. The reason is we are working towards the kind of sensors, and we have done in animal model. Very stable serum. After 1 day or so, venom will be. So when you are giving like more than 15, 16 vials of antivenom, so you are just going through the symptoms that they are giving. They are still there is a problem with the kidney or liver or other vital organs. You keep giving antivenoms, or you see that venom is still there. That's why they are. I have to neutralize it. Otherwise, maybe the consequences are because of some kind of damage has already happened, and venom is not there, but still something is there. So, is there a merit of developing such kind of venom, real-time venom monitoring when a patient has come to the hospital and then you rationalize the antivenom therapy? So, is there a merit, and that is the scope, is that in the scope of in the call where we are doing a point of care diagnosis, and also we are providing some kind of support when you are in a clinical setup and you need some kind of intervention?
That was a great question. Basically, we have this poisoning called organophosphorus poisoning, which is more popular in rural areas. So when a patient comes with this organophosphorus poisoning, we monitor a level called acetylcholinesterase. So they are paralytic, we keep them on ventilator, and once the cholinesterase levels comes down, we give the treatment of atropine, it like an antivenom which we give in the snake poisoning. So once the cholinesterase levels comes down, the patient will recover, we will keep him off from the ventilator. So coming to the snake poisoning, so antivenom levels can be monitored, and according to that we can give the antivenom which we can be given, but it should be real-time monitoring, and it's too costly at this point of time. Yeah. Even organophosphorus poisoning also, acetylcholinesterase levels are too costly for a bare patient to bear it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Abhilash, please go on.
So I have a question. So there are a few drugs which are not yet FDA approval. Just like our insulin, it can be given subcutaneously. Those are basically phospholipase inhibitors, so which can buy us time from around 1 hour to 2 hours, even if it's Indian viper or some other snakes which have commonly been researched. So my question is very specific. So it has not been FDA approved yet, and if I want to administer, like I want to use that drug for the administration purposes for my idea for this proposal call, can I use that?
I think Dr. Vikas is the right person to answer this question.
Something we have to work around regulatories, so that's a challenge, but yes.
It's just like our insulin pencil.
Anything you do as a medical therapist, you have to go past through regulatories. Proper clinical studies and whatever regulatory suggest.
It's already been in the human trials.
So definitely it's in human trial, definitely let it go through human trials and get it regulatory approval, then we can implement it public health system. But yes, that R&D might have happened. That's a good thing which we are going to know.
Sure.
Yeah, then just to complement that I related to that point around like safety and ethics. So It may be that for proposals that are at that point and that aren't about like new drug development that would fall out of the price timeline and potentially the funding as well, you have to put in the plans about specifically the next steps that need approval, and then it's up to the judges to gauge whether that would fall within the price timeline or not.
My question is very simple. I just wanted a confirmation that there are concepts which requires little bit of intervention, like drawing out blood and analyzing the blood for diagnosing. Is that in the scope of the SnakeHack? Like, are we allowed to do that?
Yeah, so that is acceptable for the price. Just whenever you talk about the safety and ethics and those protocols, you have to talk about the procedures and any plans that you have in place or that you plan to put in place during the finalist and the winner development phase.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I actually had two questions, but for the application process, I'm asking one question. So for the rural areas, since the main problem is transportation, I live in a rural area and the main tertiary healthcare is around 50 kilometers distance. So in that time, it's a lot of risk for the patient. And 2 weeks back, my uncle had a snake bite. So instead of going to the hospital, he actually went to a jari buti wala, a quack healer. And then he went to the hospital. So for this, we wanted to work on the transportation thing. So is it feasible if we have a separate unit of helpline for snake bites itself, like an ambulance specially for snake bites, so that they can get to the rural area, and while they are being transported to the hospital, the people in the ambulance, the healthcare nurses, whoever are there, they can have a rapid test to detect the venom type, if it's venomous snake or non-venomous, or if it's venomous, then what kind of venom, and then they can communicate this information to the hospital they are reaching to before the patient is there. So is this a feasible application?
Yeah, that's perfect application. It combines many things at once. It's the type of things that we want to see. And just to add, like if there are other solutions, let's say from related fields, that there's also a need to get to urgent care fast enough, even if that's not tailored right now for snakebite patients, that will fall within the scope, and you would just have to explain how it could be applied for snakebite patients as well. So yes, that's a perfect example.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi. So we are working on a digital infrastructure platform for semi-urban and rural areas. So we have a SOS feature which is specifically designed around community-based help gathering. So transportation is one of them. So we are launching next month. So I just wanted to understand from you, Barbara, this is not just about transportation. We are a holistic digital rural platform. So are we eligible? So if eligible, like we are launching next month. So yes, we are in this space to solve most of the rural problems. So yes, healthcare and snake bites is one of them. So are we eligible at all, or if at all we are eligible, in which category we will be eligible if we launch next month?
Yeah, so yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, you would definitely be eligible for the prize. So if you're launching, and it depends also whether you've done the pilots, whether this launch is for those initial pilots, whether you would fall within the launch or growth track. So I would encourage you to take a look at the innovation maturity levels and how they're listed, the level of evidence that is required at each stage, and that can tell you more clearly whether you would fall now within the growth track or within the launch track.
So thanks for this question. I would like to announce even the next session after lunch is all about the application journey and how you can apply, tips and tricks as well. So that is going to happen, and post that we'll have some immersion where we'll be like doing some matchmaking for you. Like she proposed a holistic approach, right? Somebody of you have something else. So we want to see if you can combine. So I think we can take up the next last question from the audience here, then we'll switch to virtual. Any last question? Yeah, please. Okay,
I have a simple question, like so we can use AI and ML actually to detect whether the snake is a venomous or non-venomous, and then based on that, so me and maybe we are working on something called hub and spoke models, so where the kind of the patient will be actually taken to the spoke initially, and where spoke will actually, based on the kind of the bite analysis, and whether the kind of initial diagnosis can be treated, and if it is a kind of critical, then he can be actually transported to the hub. So I would like to understand how we can actually effectively bring this kind of a Snakebite case study, so we can actually help in that.
See, the identification of the species with photographs or any information can be a little misleading. Okay, so to begin with, the information might be very scarce, and finally when you associate an ID with an accuracy of say 60%, and for the clinician it is not of much help. So where is the uptake of such a idea? That's my counter to what you are saying.
So it is like mostly, I just want to understand, because most of the time the patients are not educated whether the kind of snake is venomous or non-venomous, right? So maybe we can actually say that in the initial stages, can actually say the 65% of accuracy and say the snake is venomous or not venomous initially.
See, the problem we are facing is not whether the snake is venomous or non-venomous. Any bite should go and acquire a proper treatment. The doctor can decide what antivenom, whether antivenom should be given. Like already we have discussed this in the panel. The decision should lie with the clinician. I think the decision leaving it with the people with a low level of accuracy can worsen the outcome.
The challenge with snake bites, the bites don't present unilaterally, as in like every single time you need not find multiple puncture wounds. You will not find redness or swelling at the bite side in case of crates. It can be just a single puncture wound, and also bites change with time. If the photo is taken probably 5 minutes after a bite, it may resemble a non-venomous snake bite. After 15 minutes, 20 minutes, there may be a change. So all of these are challenges that you should kind of think of while applying.
I'm not saying about the bite, maybe the kind of person who has seen the snake bite, so maybe that basic understanding I think we can actually teach using the kind of AI and ML, just showing what are the kind of snake.
Yeah, I would recommend that we take a photo of the animal to identify, because there are very similar looking species. Right, for an untrained eye, a common sand boa and a Russell's viper may look very similar. So yeah, you definitely can work on that, but use photographs that can be verified or compared with, or train a model with. That will help.
Okay. And I would like to know how this hub and spoke, if we are able to effectively use, so that the kind of initial, the kind of paramedics or the kind of spoke healthcare representative can actually administer, and if we can actually provide the kind of ESV as soon as possible.
So I would request that we can take this question offline, and one suggestion is you can see how you can complement the clinician and work something on that line. I think it will be much more rewarding and complementing. So we can catch up after this, and we can move to last question for today's in-person session.
Hi. Hi. Hello.
So still I'm reiterating.
He's having a question.
I mean, I'm reiterating the same thing about the diagnostics area. So, as Ritika pointed out, that there are existing RPA and that LIMS-based methodology, but that takes a duration of the time, because identifying the DNA and extracting the thing, it is a different part. So my part is so Karthikeyan, can we identify?
Can you change the batteries, please?
Hello. Yeah. Can we able to design a kit that identifies the venom types? So we are able to think about. We are thinking about in that scenario. So can we able to differentiate the types of the venom through an LFA?
So Dr. Pankaj actually eloquently put that point. It is possible, right? I mean, there is proof of concept. There are many studies that have actually been able to do it. But my counter to it is, what is again the uptake? Where we have one polyvalent antivenom, which is going to be used across all the bites. Yes, you are providing additional information for the clinician to rely upon to get a good outcome of the treatment, but how important it is, like what Dr. Pankaj was saying, it doesn't stay in the plasma too long. The toxins disintegrate or get completely challenges.
Understood. Just an add-on to that, I think slightly deflecting from that point, I would recommend only because we are not able to detect. The day we are able to do that, then mono and practical.
We're going to have more of these snake hack sessions. There are going to be 3 others happening around India, other virtual ones for Southeast Asia, Latin America, and then also in Sub-Saharan Africa. And we'll be also having more webinars. Maybe some of you joined the first immersion series webinar. And there will be more happening between now and the 16th of September, as well as some application support sessions specifically used for people to come with questions about how they can submit their proposal. After that, just for your information, there comes a judging and assessment period, after which the 15 finalists are selected. Then they have 10 months to develop their solution. Then there's another assessment and judging process, and 4 winners are selected from those initial 15. And then they have 3 years to go on and develop their solution to really create impact. So the key thing that I want to highlight at this point is the prize website, which is down below. And then if you scan any of the QR codes that you see everywhere around the room, then you'll be able to access the website. So when you go on to the website, there's going to be 2 key points that you should take a look at. The first one is the register your interest section. So once you click there, you will be prompted to create your account. It will ask some basic information about yourself, and then you're going to get, or then you can log back in once you've created your account and it has been approved on our side, and you'll fill out information about the type of solution that you're proposing, whether you have a solution in mind or not, but very importantly, whether you are looking for collaborations or ways to work with others and to look for people with different types of expertise. So once you create your account, you'll be featured in the Innovator portal, so you can go straight onto the Innovator portal, and down below you're going to see the full list of other organizations that have already registered their interest, and then you're going to be able to filter by either the organization, if you know the organization name, the patient pathway, so what area of the patient journey they're focusing on, what country they are going to be working or developing their solution in. And then you'll also see, based on all the information that they provide there, whether they're looking for specific types of expertise or more collaborations, and then you can contact them. So this is one of the things that we really want to stress about this prize, that we want it to be collaborative in nature. We want lots of great solutions to come together and for people with different expertise to form multidisciplinary teams. So once you have gone through these steps, you're also going to see your proposal or the name of your organization featured down below. I think so far we already have around 80 organizations, if not more, that have registered, and they are around the world. So when we talked previously about the prize being global and the solutions being global in nature, this is one thing that we want to stress. You don't have to only partner with people in India, Bangladesh, and other areas or other countries from South Asia. You can also partner with others across the world that are doing something similar that you want to do, or that you want to join their existing teams. Now, this is not a prerequisite for submitting your proposal. It's a step to facilitate you having introductions to other people working in this space. But the way that you have to enter your proposal is by going again on the main part of the prize website. You click on Enter Now. And then once you click on Enter Now, that's going to take you to another area of the prize website that's going to give you a bit more information about the process. And then when you select the part where you can actually start your proposal, it's going to take you to this submittable page. The link is again below, but this is easily accessible through the prize website. And here, this is a platform called Submittable. So you have to create your own account, and there you're going to have all the information that you need to have in hand to submit your proposal. Everything that you start working on, you can save, so make sure to save your information as you're working through it. And there's going to be clear prompts about what you need to be answering in each part of the question, how much space or how many words you can use, whether there's any other type of evidence that you can upload. So it'll take you step by step through the entry form. Now, we know that there's always some sort of technological issues, glitches, things that can fall behind schedule. So we urge you to look at this page as soon as possible, and that way you can start building out your responses and you can submit with time so there aren't any issues before the 16th of September. If you do run into any issues, you can send us an email and let us know, but it should all follow a pretty straightforward pattern. Now, a few key bits before you submit your proposal, just to make sure that it's aligned and that it fits with the eligibility criteria. So, first of all, you have to read our Innovator Handbook. When you go on the Price website, on the About point, there's going to be a drop-down menu, and there you can select Innovator Handbook. That has all the information about the price, the background, more information about the 2 tracks, the launch track, the growth track, also about the innovation maturity levels, the judging criteria. So it's very important that you go through the Innovator Handbook, and that way you know what we are expecting from you, what the judges are expecting from you. Then also read the terms and conditions and privacy policy. And then also the challenge statement and judging criteria. So this is going to cover some of the information that I already discussed today, as well as the points around the eligibility criteria. If you have any questions about this, the Price website has a lot of information related to these points. But if you also go on the About drop-down menu, there is a frequently asked questions section that talks about many of these points in detail. If you still cannot find the answer within those FAQs or the Innovator Handbook, you can send us an email and we'll be happy to respond. So again, just before submitting your proposal, make sure that it aligns with everything that we have set out today, judging criteria, challenge statement, that it falls within the patient journey, that it's not about antivenom development, that you're submitting your proposal as part of an organization and not as an individual. And then yes, for any questions, you can go there. Quickly, before just putting on a slide where you can scan the QR code, I think one of the questions that you may have, and this is one of the first prompts that you'll see as part of the entry form, is which track am I? So basically, these are some questions or some kind of phrases that you can test whether you are part of the launch track or the growth track. So just to go through a few of them, for example, if you're repurposing a mature solution for a brand new use, but it will require major changes, then that's something that will fall within the launch track. But if you have a proven tool whose current users are also Snakebite patients, and you need to make some slight changes and test it in the Snakebite field, then that would fall under the growth track. So all of this information, again, you'll be able to see it on the Innovator Handbook and the Price website, and that will help you select which track you belong to. So finally, just to wrap up this presentation, what are the specific steps that you can now take? So apart from the rest of the discussions that we'll be having today, as well as those matchmaking opportunities, go online, register as a team. Only one of you needs to register. We are only going to feature one solution or one proposal from each team. Then continue joining those immersion series. Also on our Price website, we have a dedicated events page where you will see all the events that MRFRI are hosting, as well as our other regional partners. You're free to join any of those sessions. The recordings of those sessions will be online in case you couldn't join any of the previous ones. Take part in the SnakeHack, so that's great news, because that's everything that you're doing right now, but there are more SnakeHacks coming up, so if you want to join those, please do. And then use the application support webinars. So I think that's going to be a great opportunity, because we're going to have those sessions at the end of August, so near the deadline. And any last minute questions that you have about the submitting form, anything that is not clear, you can come to those sessions with your questions in case we haven't already answered them before. So you'll see these QR codes throughout the different banners. That way you can scan it, go on the Price website, and let us know if you have any questions. I'm happy to take some specific questions now. Yeah, we have time.
Thanks, Barbara. So in a team, if there are people from multiple institutions, how does the grant apply to the institution which registers and submits, or can multiple institutions also receive money through the same grant?
So multiple institutions can form a single consortium. The way that the process will work if they're selected as winners is that we are going to be legally contracted with the lead organization, and the funds are going to be given to the lead organization, and then the lead organization distributes them among the rest of the team.
So if you have taken the welcome kit, what we have given, it is having some QR codes. I think 3 of them will be precise, that has all the information about the handbook, price and links. So please also scan those codes to understand more. Any more questions on this line? I think somebody was, no. Company information is required, yes. It should be a legal entity, right, Barbara?
Yes, so you're going to have to put information around the company, things such as address, the lead applicant, etc., and then that allows us to be legally contracted with the organization. So in that case, for example, where you have different people working as part of a team that may eventually spin off, then you will need to find a host organization. So it can be, let's say, the university of one of those team members, and they can act as a host organization. Then throughout the finalist phase or the winners phase, you can spin out and then create your own organization, and the IP would follow you into that new organization that you create. Yes, so we are open to organizations coming together with different like backgrounds, so like an NGO and a university, a startup, any combination of those.
So independent of the monitoring that Wellcome does, can we have advisory committees or members who will voluntarily provide support to the project and provide some advice from time to time?
Yes, definitely. So we want, as part of the applications, to see the ongoing partnerships that we'll have and how the expertise will be provided. So you can have your established team, and then add that you will also seek advisors from other organizations that they might not be part of your core team. That's definitely applicable.
Is proprietorship company allowed, or is it about private limited only?
It can be public, private, so there's basically no issue in terms of the type of organization. When you go into terms and conditions, there's just a few limits. Like if it's an organization that works on tobacco, for example, then because of the Wellcome's policies, that won't be, they won't be eligible. But other than that, it's really quite open. Any final questions?
Does until September deadline, if the prototype has to be there for falling into growth track, or?
No, that's a great question. So especially for launch track entries, which are at an ideation stage, we don't expect the prototype to be ready by 16th of September. You need to have the idea, and then you need to explain your plans around how you're going to turn it into a prototype during the finalist development phase.
So hypothesis is sufficient until September. So later on we can develop in 10 months span.
Exactly.
The prototype. Okay.
Exactly. One more.
Hi. Is that the founder level of application, or this like anyone can submit through a company or a startup? And who can really submit this? A founder, or anyone can in a startup?
Yes, so within the organization, which can be startup, university, NGO, you'll have to name a lead applicant. It doesn't necessarily have to be the founder. If let's say that it's someone else from the startup team, the one that's leading this initiative, it doesn't have to be the founder, and they will just be the lead applicant throughout the process. You can keep on adding new team members as the price goes on. One thing that we would expect is for the lead applicant to remain as such during the price timeline. So that's just something to take into account when you nominate your lead applicant.
Thank you.
Yes, so the question was whether each individual or whether each team has to decide whether they're part of the launch or the growth track. And yes, we are able to provide some high-level advice in case there's like an indecision between the two, but it's really up to the teams to decide because you know at what level your solution is at. I think that's it with questions. Yeah, okay. Okay, any other questions, feel free to email us and look at the FAQs. Yes, go ahead. Yes. Yes, so the question was whether if there are any issues and then like the lead applicant needs to leave the organization, or leave the team. In that case, we would need to have a written letter from the lead applicant and then whoever is going to substitute that person explaining the reasons and whether that affects the solution or the proposal in any way. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you mentioned this is only for startups, is it?
No.
Are we also taking the application from, like, if you are already working for a corporate, and do you take applications from them or the individuals? Because we carry a lot of experience and expertise, and if you are very focused on the startups, early stage startups, I don't know whether they would have that experience to scale up to the level that you are expecting. This is a world level challenge, right? So are you inviting us also for the challenge, or how is it? What are the terms and conditions for
Yes, definitely. So to be very clear, it's not only open to startups, it's open to a very wide range of organizations, NGOs, corporates, startups, universities. So it is very open because we know that solutions can come from more established companies, but also people that are just starting a company. So yeah, it's open to corporates for your specific question.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So we are halfway through, the program with our idea, and we realize that our idea is not working out. So are we allowed to pivot, or we should drop out?
That's a good question. So for when the judges evaluate the solutions that are coming in to select the finalists, they're going to take a look at different things. So one of them is the sustainability of the solution and the impact. So if they see solutions that maybe they don't have a clear plan of how things are going to be implemented, they probably won't be selected as finalists. We know that especially when creating new types of solutions, there have to be lots of pivots along the way. You start off with a plan and then things happen and need to change. So that's fine, that it will fall within the normal realm that is expected. In the cases where it's a big pivot, that would have to be discussed in terms of how that's going to change from the initial proposal. But just to put into context that, the judges will look at the plans being feasible, the budget being feasible. So I think that will prevent some organizations that don't have a clear plan from proceeding to the next phases.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thing over there.
If we have a product which will delay the onset of venom activity from the site of Snakebite, will that be appropriate for this challenge?
So if it falls under a therapeutic or drug side of things, that would fall outside the challenge. If it's something more related to the first aid tools or methods that would aid with this, then that could fall within the scope. Just the fact that any like new therapeutics usually take a longer time to go through clinical trials, and that would fall off from the price timeline. So that's why we're also staying away from those types of therapeutics.
So this can be treated as a first aid, so that
It will depend on whether it's a new therapeutic that you're developing, or whether it's another type of method that is closer also to being more widely applicable. So I think we will need to look at that case in particular.
Okay, thank you.
One more question there at the back.
Yeah, hi ma'am. Let's say I have a plan. By September I can just upload the document, or I can develop a beta version of the web app. And which one would be more preferable when it comes to the judging part?
So for the judges, they'll be looking at the points around impact, innovation, the plan, etc. Obviously, the more evidence that you can provide by that point, the easier it is for judges to see how that impact will continue to develop, and how the evidence that you have kind of sustains that. But if there are areas where you haven't tested it out, where it's still just a plan, then that's fine, and you need to provide as much detail as possible within the space provided to give information around how that will be further developed in those 10 months.
But if that is a practical UI, if people can see it, that will be more advantage, right?
There are some areas within the entry form that allows some attachments to be added. So that would be, for example, a place where some images or an explanation of the prototype itself could be added to complement whatever is written out in the rest of the form.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
More questions? Any last questions you have? Please.
Hi, good afternoon to all. First of all, thanks for the invitation and all. I've been listening to all. I come to know that there are two aspects of this innovation. One, after bite, what to do, and before bite, how to prevent. So if we able to arrange kind of product which prevent snakes to bite people, so it is applicable for you?
No, so because this price focuses on from the bite to bed, any primary prevention falls out of scope. The only type of prevention that falls within scope is secondary prevention, so the awareness building that helps people know what to do when the bite happens and how to use correct first aid tools and methods to help the people bitten. So no, anything that is around protective gear, just preventing bites from occurring in the first place, falls out of scope for the price.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Last small question. How is the ownership after the price distribution happens?
Sorry, can you put the microphone a bit closer?
How is the ownership of the solution goes ahead in future after price distribution like that?
Yeah, so the organizations, you keep your own IP, and you have to keep the IP throughout. The commercialization bit, there's a question that you can read in the FAQs, that if your solution is commercialized without having or without trying kind of to help people, there's a part where Wellcome can use like a small part of the revenue. But since all of these solutions have like that health and social focus, this won't be the case in the vast majority of the cases. You can look at that specific question on the price website, but yeah, just to clarify that the IP would stay with the team. Any last questions? Okay. Then Gaurav, I hand back over to you.
So thank you, Barbara, for the session, and it was very informative. And now we want to move forward to our training session by Avinash ji from Friends of Snake Society. Yeah, please. I think he's already introduced, he's already famous, so So, Avinash, sir, we want to understand from bite to bed what all can come in terms of AI, ML, rapid diagnostics, then drones, and how exactly solutions can come out. If you can help the participants with some ideas and some thought processes, that would really add value. So, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. For the past 20 odd years, I've been working with snakes, listening about snakebite cases, and it's quite heartening to see that we've all congregated here to solve this one specific problem. I would like to thank the Wellcome Trust, Challenge Works, and also MRFRI for organizing this Snake Hackathon. Today I'll be talking about my experience. I'll try to give you, my insights, and let us see if I can share certain challenges that may kind of help you innovate. So snakes, as you all are aware, are present everywhere. There are a lot of species of snakes in India. There are 70 odd species of venomous snakes in India, of which 4 of them are prevalent throughout and have venom that can cause mortality or morbidity without antivenom. Right, these are the big 4 venomous snakes. I will talk about 7 minutes, and then I'll show a very small video to kind of give you an overview as to what are the current methods when it comes to preventive care. Just a brief overview, about 2.7 million people are affected by snake bites every year, of which close to 1,40,000 people lose their lives globally. In India, over 60,000 people are estimated to die because of snake bites every year, and of these numbers, majority of them are the breadwinners of the family, right? About 85% are individuals who are in their most productive years. They are the breadwinners of the family, and bites or mortality or morbidity due to snake bites can push an entire family towards poverty, right? That's the burden the country is facing. Right, things are very similar in Telangana and Andhra also. There's a retrospective study that we did on 838 snake bite victims. We gathered data from Andhra Pradesh forensic science labs, and these were the trends that we noticed. Majority of the snake bites happen during the monsoon months, right from June until October. Right, so if someone is interested as to what time frame is crucial to mitigate snake bites, that is the time frame that you should be interested in. Most of the victims that we recorded were the mid-aged groups, age group of 31 to 40. We noticed that this particular age group is out in the open, is exposed to the elements more often than not. That is the age group that is affected most. Sex ratio, males versus females, 2:1. And activity or the time of bite is usually around evening hours, from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. That is when you have cobras moving around, you have vipers and also crates coming out, right? And most of the bites, all the 838 patients who succumbed to snake bites examined, most of them had bites on their lower limbs, 61% of the times, and then about 30% of the times on their hands when they're lifting something off the ground and things like that. Then also obviously on the body when they're sleeping, bites on the body also do occur. Today I'll be sharing a bite to bed journey of a snake bite victim. I've been working with snakes. I've also got bitten by snakes in the past, even the venomous ones. I run a strong team of 150 volunteers, and we've been operating 30 years. Despite handling so many venomous, single snake bite death in our organization. Right, we probably are doing something right. That can help you innovate. Snake bites are traumatic events, as I've already mentioned. The pain, the doubt, the concern is palpable. On one situation, my limb. The pain was so instantaneous that I almost started limping in like a few fractions of a second. Right, that tells you how strong these neurotoxins are and how powerful symptoms they can kind of produce. Once bitten by snake, challenges emerge as to we are not sure where to go or what is the state of the bite. Sometimes we are even waiting to understand if the venom has been injected or not. Right? A lot of people waste their time trying to reach out to faith healers. People sometimes avoid healthcare facilities because healthcare facilities are sometimes very costly, and it's so much cheaper, easier to go to that local tantric, baba or faith healer who can give you some potion that can cure the sickness. Have you all heard about one thing called the snake stone? Huh? So that is one treatment that is prevalent here. They say that if you have a snake stone, no snake will come towards you. If a snake comes towards you, it will not bite you. If it ends up biting you, keep that snake stone at the bite spot, it will suck the venom out, right? If this is the treatment that we're relying on, we are definitely doing something wrong as a society, right? Breaking that myth is definitely is a massive challenge. So there is a considerable amount of time reaching the hospital. Sometimes in remote villages we don't have ambulance facilities. We will have to rely on vehicles. Distance is quite large. And the first hospital that we reach may not have antivenom. Very recently, 3 or 4 days ago, I ended up diverting a person from a remote area to a secondary care in Hyderabad. He reached the secondary care after 2 hours. Once he reached the secondary facility, secondary healthcare facility, they did not take him in because the duty doctor was not available. They didn't have enough staff. After spending 2 hours, this person is routed to another hospital to kind of pursue his antivenom therapy. Right? These delays kind of cause a lot of chaos, and the venom is constantly functioning. And finally, about the diagnosis and treatment aspect, as you all are aware, we don't have any specific detection kits. We don't know which species. There are certain kits that are in the development stage that can detect if venom is present or not, but we cannot determine if there is we cannot determine the species, we cannot determine the quantity of venom that is present. Even the WCT test that doctors or clinicians do sometimes end up yielding false negatives because of unclean beakers or probably because of shaking of beakers. So all of these are diagnostic challenges that we have to overcome on a regular basis. Treatment, we only have ASV, right? And ASV is only relevant in certain regions. As we go towards north, the ASV that is produced from South Indian snakes may no longer be effective, right? The venom composition is varying regionally, and unfortunately, we are all relying as a country on ASV that is produced from South India. Now, recently, Gujarat has started yielding venom, but we need more regional centers. There are a few critical gaps that I've listed here. One, awareness definitely is not there. A lot of deep-rooted beliefs, myths that are present. A lot of critical time lost in seeking the correct treatment. A few other challenges that we have is limited access, limited roadways in rural areas. So people, despite having vehicles, will have to use or rather spend a lot of time navigating the roadways to reach a medical facility. Sometimes, potholes are difficult to ride, but if you don't even have a road, it becomes even more difficult, even more challenging. Right? Monsoons and all, the situation kind of goes haywire. Antivenom stock in Telangana is usually available, but then in other parts of the country, antivenom stock is reduced. In PHCs, most of the PHCs, you don't have antivenom present, and even if they do have antivenom present, they do not take in patients. Right? They simply try to refer to a secondary or a tertiary healthcare facility. So these are the challenges that we are currently working with. As I've mentioned, survived snakebite, and both the times were harrowing experience. Despite my best efforts, despite reaching hospital on time, the impacts are lifelong, or it can be felt lifelong. Most of the patients will, if they are not aware of the protocol, they may end up wasting time, and it can lead to amputations also. And also the anti-venom that is given to humans, it is derived out of equine-based antibodies are given. So ASV also can kind of induce symptoms. You may have chills, nausea, pain, all of those are areas that we can kind of work on. For innovators, I've listed a few gaps. You can probably go through this to understand where all you can kind of work on. right from better diagnostics to community-based education, all the way to innovative diagnostics. All of these are things that we all can contribute. Very briefly, I will show a small video so that you all are aware as to what is the current first aid protocol that is being followed, and post that we'll have questions. Audio. Until that is sorted, any questions? ठीक है, I'll go through. Yes, please.
Does the 108 have this information and will direct this particular patient to go can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So does the 108 have this information to take the patient directly to that tertiary healthcare center or not?
That's a good thing. Usually 108 or EMS workers are the first point of medical or healthcare contact a victim gets. And most of the times, from my experience, they are well versed with the hospitals in the surrounding that can provide antivenom therapy. The challenge here is people don't call 108. If they do call 108, they are routed, or rather, in fact, they are ferried to the nearest hospital that does actually treat snakebite. But the challenge or the gap here is people avoid calling 108 or healthcare facilities. The saddest thing here is there are few phone numbers of faith healers who can treat snake bites over the phone call. Right? Can you all picture this? In most of the village signboards or on random walls, you'll have photos or phone numbers of a faith healer who can say or who claims that he will treat snake bite just over the phone call. All you need to do is tell your name, tell your number, he will read some mantra and you will be alright. Yeah, although, trust me, that happens, and that is what we're trying to fight. Yeah. It obviously does not work, yeah. That will definitely help. Yeah, if you are routing them to 108, it will, the treatment will kind of flow through post that. Yeah, that will be a good knowledge gap. Yes.
So, is it video?
Any other questions? Yes, please.
Even
even though the PHCs which are nearby to that particular village or the cluster, right? Ideally, they are not having the antivenom.
Yeah.
Even if they are having it, they are routing to some other hospital. Why is it so?
Multiple things. Primary, they don't have antivenom.
Okay.
Secondary, they don't have ventilator or ambu bag support to handle respiratory challenges in case of a neurotoxic snake bite. Third, PHCs are scared of repercussions in case a person were to collapse or die. Most of the times, villagers after a snake bite, and if a person ends up succumbing due to a snake bite, they kind of try to take matters into their own hands, try threatening the doctors and things like that. So PHCs usually avoid these challenges.
Okay.
They simply refer it to a secondary or a tertiary healthcare facility that can handle snake bites better.
Here lies the problem and also the solution. I mean, see, there are two fundamental things that we need to address here. The third time, because these are very remote areas and you cannot ship them very fast to the nearby hospital where you have the proper treatment. Okay, by the time they reach, they are already dead. Okay, so that is the fundamental problem that we need to solve. One way to look at it is it's a time problem and transportation problem. Second thing is the facilities problem. Now time we cannot do anything. So the other way to look at it is we need to localize the solution. So that is where we need to empower and equip the local PHCs with the antivenom and as well as the required skill set and the equipment. That is one way to look at it. If that is not there, I really don't see a solution to this problem because this is kind of an what do you call egg and chicken, right? Until and unless you solve that time period gap, right, we would not be able to solve this because either we need to compromise on the and empowering the local PHCs. By that you can buy out some time for recovery or increasing the probability of the patient to be alive for longer duration. And if PHCs are able to handle, then a lot of problems will be solved. Yeah. But how do we empower them? That is something that we'll have to innovate. But is that something are you really interested and investing in? Because that's where the solution to this overall challenge would lies in. Otherwise, it's even see, I'm a tech guy. I can put a lot of tech into this and make it happen. But at the end of the day, if people are, like let us suppose, if I am into that situation, I may not use my brain to be so calm and use my phone to figure it out where is the antivenom, where is the hospitality. No, I would be, by default human behavior is to rush the things to get the things faster. Right? So that is a good point. In fact, those who are working on improving medical facilities can think on solutions on those lines. How to empower PHCs? That can be game changer. Yeah? We'll continue the questions after the video. Sure.
In the heart of India, where nature intertwines with of India, where nature intertwines with daily life, lies a profound yet often dangerous relationship between humans and snakes. India is home to diverse wildlife, including over 3 floating species of snakes. These reptiles play a vital role in the ecosystem, but their relationship with humans is often complicated. With nearly 60,000 snakebite-related deaths annually, India faces a major health crisis. At the heart of this problem are the big 4 venomous snakes of India: the spectacled cobra, common crate, Russell's viper, and saw-scaled viper. These 4 snakes are responsible for the most snakebite fatalities in our country. The spectacled cobra, growing up to 6 feet long, is easily recognized by its hood with a distinctive spectacle-like marking. Active during the day, its neurotoxic venom affects the nervous system and can lead to paralysis if untreated. The common crate, smaller and slender, measures 3 to 5 feet with dark blue or black body, marked with white bands. Nocturnal by nature, its bite delivers potent neurotoxic venom that can cause respiratory failure. Russell's viper, with its stout body reaching up to 5 feet, has a light brown coloration and dark oval patterns. Active during the day and night, it injects hemotoxic venom, disrupting blood clotting and organ damage. This is the smallest of the four, long, with pale brown or grey scales and darker diamond patterns. Nocturnal and highly venomous, it injects hemotoxic and cytotoxic venom, causing severe tissue damage and bleeding disorders. Recognizing these snakes and understanding their behavior is key to preventing snake bites. Here are a few simple precautions you can follow to avoid snake bites. Wear protective footwear and gloves when working outdoors. Keep your surroundings clean to deter rodents and snakes. Be cautious in snake-prone areas, especially at night. Use a torch in low-light conditions. In case of a snake bite, remember, do it right. Reassure the victim and keep them calm to slow the spread of venom. Immobilize the affected limb, keeping it still and below heart level. Get to a hospital without delay. Quick medical attention is crucial. Talk to the doctor with any information about the bite and symptoms to assist in proper treatment. Understanding snakes and following these precautions, we can prevent conflicts and safely coexist with these vital creatures.
Yeah, so that is one of the various medium that we use to kind of spread awareness, primary prevention. Right, how do we reduce snake encounters in the first place, and how do we handle snake bites? So I'm reverting to this slide again for the sake of innovators who want to understand what are the various challenges that they can focus on. Diagnosis, plenty of challenges. We don't have a rapid bedside venom test kit that can accurately detect presence or absence. Current diagnostics limit to only presence or absence, and then there is a high chance of false negatives that will kind of delay treatment, or there can be other symptoms also because of that. When faster access to care, patients don't know where to go, they end up getting referred to multiple hospitals, and then there's a generic delay in treatment. Smarter healthcare delivery, variable clinician experience. Few individuals are there is not a systematic or a specific manual that people follow in case of snake bites. There are certain hospitals that continue to give a subcutaneous test dose. And then there are other healthcare facilities that no longer practice this. They simply start 10 vials of antivenom. If there is a anaphylactic reaction, they would counter it with adrenaline. Right? So there is no standardized medical care across the country. And stronger healthcare systems, all of these are things that we've already discussed. I'll not kind of harp on these much, but I'll leave this slide for you all to kind of take a look at, and if you have any questions, you can ask and I'll gladly answer. Any questions? Yes, sir. So this antibody resistance does not happen because of infrequent snake bites. If they are constantly trying to get themselves hyperimmunized, they'll have to do it every day or every alternate day, right? And that is not something that is viable. There are individuals across the globe who kind of take cocktails of venom, immunize themselves from those certain species. But for regular rescuers, it's not a practical, feasible activity. Yes, ma'am. Okay, that's a good question. If you go to an Ayurvedic practitioner, 50% of the times the medicines work, right? Why should we not go to them, right? Ayurveda or any other alternative medicine can only work if they are bitten by a non-venomous snake or if a venomous snake has not injected any venom. I have been bitten by venomous snakes close to 5 times now. Of those 5 times, only twice I needed antivenom. The other 3 times were were dry bites. Right, so in those situations, doctors observed me for 24 hours and then they sent me back home without any antivenom. So only in those situations, Ayurveda or these alternative medicines may work. In future, they may find some cure, but at this point in time, only ASV is 100% cure. That is something that you'll have to innovate. We've been trying to break our heads for the last 30 years. Certain areas we are able to kind of penetrate, but then it is always a constant challenge that we are also struggling with. Yeah, from my last bite, I've been excessively careful. See, usually snake bites are accidental. A snake does not bite you for time pass, or just let me just try to bite him, let me see if he's crying or laughing. No. They bite when we get really close to them or we cause them physical injury. So without seeing them, if we end up stamping on them, then they turn around and bite. Or if we try to lift something without checking that area, then bites may happen. So ever since, I've been extra careful. In fact, we've brought in certain protocols to ensure all our members are also even more careful.
Sir, this public health clinics that we have, if they are not courageous enough to deal those cases, what do you think, how we can actually provide solution for them or how we can handle
Courage
it?
is the third aspect. First and second aspect is lack of antivenom, then lack of equipment.
Like you said that, let's say they will be threatened by the...
Third thing.
Yeah, okay, that's the third thing.
These two are usually not present. If these two are present, then the third aspect...
Then why do they redirect? What would
primary health centers right now, or rather their mandate is to handle minor illnesses, cold, flu, sickness or maternity related concerns. Those are their primary focus, right? They don't have equipment to handle a complex situation when it kind of comes to a neurotoxic envenomation or a respiratory distress. Those are equipment they don't have in the first place.
How is the government support for that, sir? Right now, in your experience, how do you think that, is the government very supportive about dealing with these things?
Government is supportive in the sense that they are ensuring that the secondary healthcare facility, which is your district government hospital, is always equipped with antivenom. So a lot of cases from remote areas end up reaching these district hospitals after, again, an elapse of a lot of time, 3 hours, 4 hours and all. But these hospitals, despite being short-staffed, are able to take in snakebite cases.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, it is not village a woman who is pregnant and she got a snake bite. So the primary has not any anti-venom. So what will be their situation? So it will be better for the primary health centers to train in simple first aid so that they can have a time for treatment. That is about that.
So it's a good question. Again, PHCs should be able to handle snake bites. That is my wish. But it all boils down to financials. How much budget that the government can kind of put into empower these PHCs. That also is a concern, right? I think it is best that we innovate on these specific challenges and suggest ideas that can improve the scenario.
Most of the villages are, most of the remote villages are near forests. So the forest have lost lot of lot of poisonous snakes, right? So it will be better for them to have a doctor or facilities, right? So why is government not taking that take?
Yeah, that is something that we'll have to innovate. We'll have to ideate and come up with solutions. Just know for this as the fact, although there are a lot of snakes in villages, most of the snake bites happen in urban and suburban areas. It's just that from rural areas we see a lot of snake bite deaths because of delay of treatment. But the burden is faced in urban and suburban areas. Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Correct. Yeah, it is true. It is true. Rat snakes end up eating smaller cobras, so it is always encouraged not to push away these harmless non-venomous snakes.
Yes, and rat snake never bites, no?
They can bite, but they are not venomous.
But some bacterial infection happens with that.
Rare, very rare, but usually they don't cause any harm. So that will be all. Thank you so much, everyone.
So thank you, Avinashji. So it was quite interactive and useful information which we have understood, and we look forward to have some things. So we now move to the last session of this today's SnakeHack event, where we want to do some matchmaking processes. So Barbara, would you be like taking the session for matchmaking? Would you be? Sure. So the idea is like we want to form some small groups or teams who have specific problems or solving specific problems, and then we can like see how we can collab. So over to Barbara for more information on this.
Thank you. So I think from the discussions, the questions that we've had today, we see that a lot of you are thinking about the different parts of the problem with different lenses. So we want this to be a chance where you can speak to others that are interested in similar subjects in the similar part of the patient's journey and see whether you can collaborate. So just to simplify things a little bit and to get people talking, we're going to divide up the room into the 4 patient journey areas. So if you're interested in that particular patient journey area, if you can move to that side of the room and then you can start chatting. So we'll talk about first aid in this side of the room. So I'll first name the rooms and then you can gather your things and move around. So first aid will be on this side. Then access and logistics will be on that far corner. For diagnostics, it'll be more towards the back of the room, on this side of the room. And then for emergency care, on the back corner towards your left side of the room. You can just gather there for now, but if you need more space, there's space. I think there's other rooms in the same floor that you can go to, or you can just chat in the hall. So right now I think after this, there's also just more time for networking and for a few snacks. But right now, if you can move into those areas and then just begin discussing, exchanging ideas, exchanging contacts, and then with any other facilitation, we can help with that. So first aid over here, access and logistics over there, diagnostics towards the back, and emergency care towards the far left from what you're seeing, back of the room. Thank you. Yeah, you can just give them like
So people in first aid, please raise your hand. First aid. Okay, madam is there. Who else is in first aid? Sir, please come this side now. First aid, please raise your hand. First aid. Only 2 people are in first aid. So please come this side now. Emergency response, please raise your hand. Emergency response. Ma'am, please come this side. So we have first aid this side, emergency response that side. And diagnostics, please raise your hand, diagnostics. So please go that side. That side, where sir is sitting exactly, we can go that side. Diagnostics. On that side. So access and logistics involving mobility and other solutions, please raise your hand. Access and mobility. So can you please go that side, on the behind. So let's quickly do this reshuffling. You can have your snacks here itself.
Just as a few prompts for your discussion, if you can just talk about, why you're interested in that area, whether you already have a built-in solution or an idea, and whether you think this could be a potential partnership, and if not, you can just discuss challenges and ideas that you have. So for anyone who's still sitting down and doesn't have a place to go to because you're unsure, just pick any of the teams and move towards that area so you can collaborate with others. Thank you.
So first aid, there are two people, right? You can only see one. So please come forward. Emergency response, please come in the front. Diagnostics, that's right, right? Diagnostics. Yeah. So can you please raise your hand, diagnostics, all the people? Okay, you are sitting. So why don't you try to talk among yourselves and then try to have some collaborations also, what you think, from Snakebite to hospital bed.
For 15, I'll move around the groups, see how they're doing, and then we can just wrap up after 11, and people can stay for so I'll move around.
We come into the first aid, emergency, and access and logistics.
I think this is a good question to ask.
You're divided between the two?
No, we come into 3.
Yes. No questions in the online? No people online, no only Alex. Alex and Andrea. Then I would suggest start here and then move around. Networking, just don't get everyone.
So we are arranging tea and snacks here only. You need not to go outside. Please start the interactions and networking. And once you talk among yourself, you can talk with other teams as well.